What's up, guys? Sorry about the delay. Me and Kathy, we've been trying to work back and forth between Skype and find the best way about going live and using another service. I don't know if I want to name their service, but
You guys hear us?
yeah, let us know if you can hear us. But I am producer Fate, aka Truth Tracker, trying to fade away from the Truth Tracker name. It's more of the channel name, but I am producer Fate, aka Chris, also, if you want to call me that. And welcome back to the FlightLife YouTube channel, home of all things exploring, adventuring, overcoming your anxieties, getting out there and living your best life, and also home of the Truth Tracker investigation series. If we can shoot awesome content and great audio and video content, then why can't we use those same skills for good? That's how I see it anyway. So today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. You know how most of my videos are dedicated straight to the investigation and diving deep into timelines of events and syncing videos if you've been following me for a long time. Well, we've done most of our homework now, and there's been some breaking news on the Gabby Petito case. That I haven't even really been able to follow because I've been so deep into the technical stuff. But we are live with Truth Seeker, aka Kathy. How you doing, Kathy?
I'm doing good. How are you? Hi, Matt. Hi, Chris. Hi, Fran. They all just came in the chat.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
Fran, Matt,
Fran, we're
Chris.
live, and tonight we're just going to have a discussion about this case, so it ought to be interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely abnormal for me. So what? So what's let I see Fran said Yahoo, you're live. Thanks, Fran. Let us know in the chat if you can hear us clearly, if everybody's at a good volume and everything's good. So what's the latest, Kathy?
Okay,
What's
the,
been
the
going on?
day started off pretty boring. I mean, it was kind of like I've got my certain places I check, like this Brian Enton on Twitter. He's right there on the scene. He's always up to date. He always is factual. And then there's another channel, WFLA, on YouTube and Facebook. And this guy, is like news. He's not going to say anything that's not been verified, but they get a lot of call ins and they call a lot of people. So I mostly watch them. Some of this other stuff I jump around in is just, a bunch of crap and speculation. So it was kind of boring. We were him hauling around today, and then all of a sudden stuff started to happen. And I'm gonna cruise back down on Brian's thing so I can kind of give you the um.
Check.
Okay, around 14 hours ago.
Kathy,
So
don't mean to interrupt you really quick. I see Matt said I can hear you, Chris, but I'm only hearing you in my right ear. Hey, I just made a change on the audio. Let me know, Matt, if you're hearing me in both ears now. But go ahead, Kathy. Sorry about that.
okay, I'm cruising down on Brian's Twitter. 14 hours ago, more FBI and K9 units started to arrive. So, he's got a little, 1 minute video of them starting to roll in. Then 10 hours ago, we got an update from a couple cops, but the thing only lasted like under 10 minutes and they really didn't tell us anything. It was one of those patting each other on the back of how much everybody's done such a great job and blah, 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 blah. So we're all, sitting there. It's like, we knew they found the bones yesterday. And then the coroner's going, well, it might be a couple days. And everyone's kind of thinking, oh, we're not going to get shit today. So they had that press conference.
They knew they found the bones yesterday because I had
Yes,
heard about it, but it was kind of like they didn't know
it
like
was
what was
confirmed.
found.
They didn't know whose bones they were, but they found well, yesterday they just said that they had found human remains. They didn't call them bones. They didn't call them bones till
Right.
today. Um, 9 hours ago, I'm doing a backtrack timeline. The medical examiner said not to expect to have an identification of the remains today. Then 8 hours ago, which was an hour after that, they learned the remains found were skeletal remains, and they used the exact quote bones. So then 4 hours ago, the medical examiner went back in to the Carlton Reserve in his van. And they had found human remains yesterday. Then he talked about them being bones. Well, now he's going back in there.
Yeah.
Um, Then things got exciting about 4 hours ago. The FBI went to the Laundrie's house, but only for like 2 minutes. So online and in all the groups and Twitters, we're all chatting. It's like, oh, did they go into, try to get some DNA of Brian's to match to this body, or, ask his mom if she had baby teeth or whatever? No one in a million years had actually dawned on him that that's when they went in and gave him the word. The
Hmm.
body we found was your son's. But we didn't know that for a while. We sat there kind of confused for a while. Well, earlier today, I skipped over a part. Uh, their attorney actually gave a little vocal interview. And then on TikTok, I found an interview he gave today. It only lasts 1 minute, but it was like a guy with his cell phone actually talked to him and got his picture. So I've got that on my channel, but that's only 1 minute. But he did give a phone interview to somebody else. So 4 hours ago, the Laundries were informed the remains were Brian's. Then the FBI had officially said the comparison of dental records was what confirmed the remains being Brian. So Brian is dead. Then,
Which sucks in a way, but
yeah, that's a whole nother thing. So then I'm cruising back up.
it sucks because then we'll never know the truth in a way. And so you're saying the lawyer came out and did a phone interview when you were
This
saying
was
that,
earlier today before they found body. I mean, this was before they confirmed it was Brian. They
right?
were just being asked questions like, why aren't the people talking? And he's like, well, I told him not to talk. 2 hours ago, the Petito family attorney made a statement that said they are grieving the loss of their beautiful daughter. Gabby's family will make a statement at the appropriate time and when they are emotionally ready.
Hmm.
An hour ago, all the police were reported to be gone and they had closed the gate. A lot of equipment and law enforcement rolling out of the reserve mobile command center just left. So that was 2 hours ago, and that's the last post he made. So that kind of gives you a timeline of what happened today. But once it happened, I mean, these Twitter, live stream, Facebook, all over the place. I was jumping from place to place, and it's like people were, I mean, I don't want to call it gossiping because it's probably what we're going to do, but the speculation was swirling.
Right?
He was found right near where that car was parked, the Mustang. And
Yeah,
then his parents never go hunting for him. And then they just happened to go yesterday. And lo and behold, oh, look, these two bags are Brian's. And oh, look, there's his remains. And it's like, what the hell?
yeah. I
It's just too awfully convenient. It's like people are in the chats, everyone's talking about, oh, we should say hi to people in the chat. A lot of people showed up.
Yeah, I seen Linda said why you never show your face. I do show my face, Linda. If you look at my other videos on the channel,
he's
but
he's a good looking boy there.
well, thank you, Kathy. But
I
I
find
do
Squirrel and Kelly.
I do show my face if you check out other video. And then there was a live stream where I did show my face, but it just gets more complicated doing the live streams and running on the internet, and it causes a
I
lot
don't
of
do the
problems
face because I don't want
sometimes.
to do the makeup and hair, and I'm sitting here all comfortable in my sweatshirt and glasses with the
Yeah.
ponytail.
Basically, I'm sitting on my living room couch in front of three televisions. That's how I got my whole setup in here. Three TVs, a whole audio system, and it's just there ain't nothing to really look at me sitting on the couch. I know a lot of people do like to see that, so I maybe in the future I will do that. But hello, friend. Hello, Chris. Yeah, that was weird. I seen Frying Squirrel. What's up, Frying Squirrel? He said, I wonder if Brian being dead lets his parents off the hook for possibly helping him escape. Now, do you guys remember in the live stream last night that was like one of the points I was making was like if they don't find his ass, then they're going to go after his parents. That's kind of like how I was thinking about it. But
Well, I'm thinking at this point that it's like I don't know yet if they're going to make the parents. I mean, it's going to take a couple weeks now because they have to call anthropologists and stuff in about this body. But it's like there was a lot of talk online of people gossiping, speculating, I should say, about if he came home from that trip, told his dad what happened, and his dad and him got in a fight, and the dad accidentally killed him, so they dumped him in the reserve.
Yeah.
Only because the Mustang was there, nobody ever found him, and then all of a sudden, the day the parents go back, oh look, he's right here. So it doesn't sit right with a lot of people.
Yeah, like I was telling you that earlier. It almost seems like if you start trying to piece together the puzzle a little bit, it's like the car looks like a setup. It does. It seems like he came back from the camping trip, or I'm sorry, he came back from the trip with Gabby and was probably all worked up and told his father, what happened, and maybe the father killed Brian. Or maybe at first he helped Brian and knew where he was, and then when the heat started to come down on the family, and the father just couldn't live with the fact that his son was a murderer, maybe he went back there and killed him. And or maybe this was even sooner on, and maybe the whole driving the car there and all that was a plant to lead police to Brian
Well,
because he
something
knew where he
else
was
hit
dead.
today too, and it was only a little 2 second, probably 15-second TikTok video. But there was a lady, and she didn't seem to be body size like Mrs. Laundrie. But this was early, early today, long before anything happened with the police or anything. A lady all dressed in black, from head to toe, even a hat, like kind of with her head scrunched, went into the laundry house. So this TikToker that must have been out on the curb or whatever got this video, and it was like, what the hell? This was like, not a doubt in my mind, like going to a funeral clothes. To drastically, I wouldn't even wear this to a funeral. So we were all going, oh my God, maybe they already told him he was dead, but they just haven't released it publicly. But then when the FBI went to their door, that's when they released it publicly. So I don't know who this funeral lady is. I actually have this pulled up on my it's 19 seconds long. I've got it pulled up if you guys want me to screen record it.
Okay, you want me to
Or not
switch to
screen
you?
record it, screen share. But yeah, go ahead and do the screen share just for a second, and I'll show this thing because it is just
I think you gotta request it, right?
screen sharing.
You should have a share option.
Okay, I just hit something. Chrome tab.
But yeah,
All right, tell me
yeah, I
when you
gotcha.
guys can see it.
I gotcha. It's up now.
All right, because I'm probably gonna have to rewind it a couple times so you can see this lady. I don't know if there's a way you can zoom in on this, but I'm gonna rewind it. Watch by the camper.
On
You
on
see a lady.
Facebook,
See the lady all dressed in black with the black hat and everything going up to their door?
yeah, on Facebook right there, Kathy. You should have a full screen button down in the bottom right hand corner of that video somewhere.
I'm on TikTok, and I figured
Oh,
out all day
yeah,
today. I was
TikTok's
trying.
difficult.
I downloaded a video off TikTok today, and I had to like cover up the stuff on the right.
Right.
It's the lawyer interview. So now this person has written all over it. Why is Roberta all dressed up? I don't think that's Roberta. I think that's someone else coming to her house. But it seems to me that it's obviously somebody that's coming to console them because they know the kid's dead. But this was hours before the FBI had told them. So I don't know if they knew already ahead of time. It's
Is
possible
it
if
the
they.
Grim Reaper? Nah, I'm just playing.
All right, exit the screen share because we don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. All
Well,
dressed
I'm
in
just
black
thinking,
like that.
when someone dies, how your best friend comes over and they bring you a casserole or whatever. Um. All right. Did you end this
Yeah,
screen
yeah,
share part?
you're
Okay.
out now.
So I just thought that was strange because when we spotted that earlier today, everyone started speculating, going, "Oh man!" But then when we found out later that they went and actually there's video of them knocking on the door, giving the laundry the news. They were only in the house about 2 minutes. Two agents went. And so after that, we were like, well, that's when the speculation about if they knew ahead of time, maybe it was just because, they knew his articles of belongings were there right by where the remains were. So, if it was my kid, I'd be sitting at home crying, going, my kid's dead. You know, and
Right.
even if my friends are going, well, you don't know that yet. They haven't said. It's like, yeah, my kid's dead. I mean, common sense.
Well, they don't do nothing that seems like proper parents would. Like they're out cutting the grass in the middle of this, and their
Well,
son comes
also,
home without his practically wife, and they're supposedly Brian's out riding his bike around the neighborhood with his mother, and I don't know, things just seemed abnormal to me from
well,
the beginning.
also, a lot of people were talking today, and I'm wondering how the people in the chat. No, it was too skinny to be Cassie. It was a tall, slender woman, Callie. Flying Squirrel saw her go in. The thing is, when they were in the reserve yesterday, and there's all these little snippets of it all over Twitter, you know, people filmed it. The FBI called them over, told them, you know, what they found, the remains. The parents had found something on one side and the remains were on the other. And it's like, if that had been me, I would have literally like dropped to my knees and just lost it. It's like,
Right.
unless you're expecting it because you already know he was there, and I don't know, it's just, I hate to speculate too much, but there's some weird stuff that's not sitting real well with a lot of people.
So I got a video here. I don't know. It probably might everybody might have seen it or not, but it was the latest. Here's a full interview. Laundrie family attorney speaks out on remains identified as Brian.
Okay, I haven't
I
seen
spoke
this
just
yet.
moments ago with Steve Bertolino, the
Can you
attorney
hear
for
it?
Brian
Yep.
Laundrie's family. Here's what he had to say. Steve, first off, thanks for joining Top Story tonight. So our viewers understand the main reason you are representing the Laundrie family is because you have a long personal relationship with them. I understand you received that grim news that we've just reported. How did you find out, and what exactly did you learn?
Well, yes, good evening, Tom, and thanks for having me. The first thing is, yes, I've known the Laundrie family for over 25 years. Been friends with Chris Laundrie for a long time. I've seen both of his children grow up, Cassie and Brian. And I did learn of the unfortunate news that Brian's remains were confirmed today through Chris Laundrie. You know, Chris had called me, let me know that police had come to his house this evening to inform them that the remains were positively identified.
How were Brian's parents tonight?
Well, Tom, I don't know you if you're a parent or not, but I'm sure every parent out there knows that getting the news that your child is no longer, you know, with you is sad under any circumstances. The fact that the Laundries have been subjected to these people out in front of their house for the last 4 weeks, and they continue out there today, is just making it all the more difficult.
Any idea or theory how Brian may have ended his life?
You know, I don't want to speculate. I try not to do that. I would hope people would stop doing that as well, especially with respect to this case and with respect to, you know, the.
While this is playing real quick, guys, we are going to take live call-in. So if you want to call in, hey, Kathy, could you share that in the chat? Maybe I could too. I think I can.
Yeah, pause this video a second because I had something to say about what this lawyer just said. They
Okay.
have not said anywhere officially that he committed suicide. He could have been out there hiding and got nabbed by an alligator or bit by a poisonous snake. So rewind this a little because I want to kind of hear what this attorney says again. He might be giving us a clue
Okay.
that later on it's going to get announced it was suicide, but it has not been publicly announced in any way.
All right.
Yeah, I'll get the StreamYard link. Hang on.
I got it. I put it in the chat. So you want me to go back, what, like a minute?
Nope, I think he said it just like 20 seconds ago.
All right.
To these people out in front of their house for the last 4 weeks, and they continue out
Did
there
I go
today,
back
it's just
enough?
making it all the more difficult.
Yeah.
Any idea or theory how Brian may have ended his life?
You know, I don't want to speculate. I try not to do that. I would hope people would stop doing that as well, especially with respect to this case and with respect to, you know, the cause or how Brian is, you know, came to be dead. I don't know. and we'll wait for, if possible, some type of cause of death from the experts.
Steve, I want to go back to yesterday and that big discovery. I know this is not the first time Brian's parents have aided in the search, but the Laundries did decide to go and help investigators yesterday, both parents. Explain to our viewers what exactly prompted that yesterday.
Well, I think the prompt was that the park, or the Myakkahatchee Environmental Creek Park, was finally open to the public. My understanding, it was either open to the public on Tuesday or...
So, Kathy, I walked away for a second. What did they say exactly about
Hi, Angelo. Well, when he was
suicide?
asked, I don't know, when he was asking him how he died, he was kind of him-hawing around, and he kind of, it's almost like the guy was alluding to the fact that Brian killed himself, and the attorney was doing the backup thing. You can rewind it again, and we can all listen again and see what everyone else thinks. I just thought it was strange that this topic of him taking his life, I think the newscaster asked him how did he take his life, and then the attorney tries to backpedal a little, because
Gotcha.
it's never been said that he took his life yet. So
What's up, Angela? What's up, Fran? Hello, 911 Awakened Angel. I don't think I've seen your name before,
that's
but welcome to the
Angelica.
stream. Angelica?
Yeah, you know Angelica, who did all our 911 calls on the Vegas investigation.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Hello.
just her
Nice to
her
see you.
YouTube name.
I see Angela said, TS, some of us are about 18 minutes late. LOL, can you just recap what we were talking about? So, Angela, this isn't really like the other live streams. We're just in here talking the latest news. It's not, I mean, Kathy did go through, though, the details of what happened today, but we're pretty much just talking the latest subjects at the moment.
Go ahead, since they just got here, rewind to the beginning of this, because this isn't that long. That way everyone can
Okay,
hear this whole interview together.
gotcha.
Um, I don't know. You guys all know that yesterday they found human remains. Today they announced that they were skeletal remains. Then they changed it to bones. And then the two FBI agents knocked on the Laundrie store, announced that through dental records they confirmed that it was Brian.
Yeah,
And now
that's
we've got
weird.
their lawyer interview. So you're pretty much caught up.
Yeah. Hey, I see Brian Squirrel said he definitely made that assumption that Brian took his own life. That's what
That's the
Brian
way I
Squirrel was
took it
saying.
when he said it. That's why I want to hear it again and have everyone in the chat kind of listen to
Or
what he's
Wednesday.
saying.
Gotcha. All right. Hey, guys, if anybody wants to call in for the first time on the FlightLife YouTube channel, Truth Tracker series, we are taking live call-ins. You don't have to be on video. When you call in, we can talk to you, and I can take you off video, and you can just talk. You'll just pop up as an icon, like me and Kathy are here, like this. Or you can be on video. It's up to you guys. All you do is click the link. You don't have to sign up for anything. It's really easy on StreamYard to call in and just talk. So if anybody wants to call in, feel free to.
Everybody in the chat knows how to do StreamYards and has been in before, except I haven't seen Frying Squirrel or Fran or Kelly come into
Yep.
StreamYard. So all the rest of them know exactly how to jump in and out with StreamYards.
Gotcha. Yeah, Frying Squirrel. He's been in most of the videos, but I'm not sure if he's dealt with it. But yeah, give us a call if you want to. Bring up any subject matter. We're down to discuss anything tonight. So
Tonight's speculation night. All
yeah,
about Brian Laundrie speculation.
we did all our homework. We've been doing a lot of homework. Tonight is let's speculate. Let's talk. Whatever
I
you
gotta
guys want
tell
to
you,
talk. I want to hear from any of you guys.
before you play this interview, I gotta get this off my chest. All right, because of the body decomposition, I figured out how many dates he was out there from the
Okay.
day he supposedly was missing, which kept changing between the 13th and the 14th, and when they found him yesterday. So he was out there for 5 weeks. And they're saying he might have been submerged in water. So I started doing all this research online about the decomposition, because we did a little bit of it when they found Gabby, but now I'm trying to go more in detail. And believe it or not, in the United States, there are 6 places called body farms and body ranches where universities, doctors, forensic scientists, different people run these places. And they actually, when people die and you can donate your body to these places, they actually have these people out like dead cadavers, and they put them in all kinds of different weather conditions, and water, non-water, whatever, and they like document like how many days before this happens, how many
They
days
stick
before this happens.
people's bodies out in the middle of the field, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, the
Wow.
Texas one they call it the body ranch, and the other ones were body farms. But yeah, so scientists document all this, and then the anthropologists come in when it gets down to skeleton. But
Wow.
they do this to help in court cases and to try to identify how long a body's been out there. So it's like I was going and I was like looking at some of these and I was like, oh, we could screen share some, but they were so creepy. I don't know how YouTube hasn't like taken them off the channels that have. I mean, they were bad. They were showing corpses with maggots coming out of them. They were really gross. So if anybody's interested in this, do a YouTube search for body farms, and
Okay.
you'll find a bunch of them.
I'm definitely interested. It sounds like, not to go off subject, it sounds like a bomb just went off by my house because the whole house just rocked. I'm gonna go look really quick. But Angela just joined the chat. I'm gonna add her in and then I'm gonna run and go see what the heck is going on.
Okay. Oh,
Hi,
Angelica's gonna be in and out. Hi, is this Angela or Angelica?
it's Angela.
Oh, hi. It didn't pop up on my
Hi.
YouTube screen yet. I see you now. How are you
Now you
doing?
see me. I'm doing okay. Thanks for sending me the link. We
I
have my
knew
little
you were
grandson.
following this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I totally am, and have, and I watch certain channels. But I can't stay on long. My grandson's eating dinner with his grandpa right now, so I'm out taking my break. I call my cigarette
Babysitting
smoking a
break?
break.
Oh,
My
your
break.
smoke break.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just call it a break, you know? So, but
Oh, you gotta run
anyways,
to
I
church.
wanted, yeah, I don't go, so I'm all good, you know? But there's like so many things um like evidently the place was closed. So I'm going to be really hit and miss, but I know that you have got it all. So the thing that just is disturbing to me right now as of today is that was it okay, let me ask a question first. The place where they found his stuff, was that the place that his parents and him went camping?
No, the camping place was
It's
something totally different. But where they found the
okay.
stuff was, remember at the beginning when the parents said the Mustang was there, so they went and brought the Mustang home?
Yes,
And they told the
it was
police
that
that's the
that
last
spot.
place we saw him. The place is called,
Yes.
Chris looked it up, the
Yeah.
Myakkahatchee. Oh yeah, the Myakkahatchee
Sorry
Creek
about that.
Environmental Park, and it's right across from the
Right.
Carlton Reserve. So
Okay.
that's the spot it
Okay.
was. His car was 3 miles away from where the body was, but we're not understanding
Right.
why for 5 weeks that they've got helicopters and cadaver dogs and all this stuff, why they didn't find them. So some of these shows today were saying, well, cadaver dogs can't find them in water. And it's like, oh, no, no, no. Out comes the research. And it's like, oh, yeah, they can. They can lead you right to the
Right.
body of water. And even if they're in the water, like they died
Yeah, I
in the
was reading
water,
about that.
they'll catch the
Right.
scent. So it's like a lot of stuff spinning around today. But I think something's fishy with the cops just because the Northport right off the bat said, oh, we know exactly where he's at. And then, oh, boom, he's gone. And then the place the parents told him they last saw him, it's like they've had 5 weeks and they didn't freaking find him. So, like, what's going on here? Either
Well,
incompetence or don't want to use the word cover up, but like something really, really is not sitting well with a lot of people and nobody knows what it is. But this just seems odd.
so okay. So with that said, then now I know that my question was answered about that. So then my next question would be, before I tell you what I think is weird about it, is okay, so first of all, how did the parents know that that Mustang was out there to begin
Well,
with?
first, they went to check on him because he didn't come home. And then they saw the car, so they brought the car home, which I thought that was a weird story. Then all of a sudden, the story came out that the cops put a note on the windshield and said the car was going to be ticketed
Toad,
or
probably.
towed, so the
Yes.
parents got.
Okay.
But then in
Okay.
another group,
Okay.
somebody looked up the Northport police rules And it's like
Mm-hmm.
supposedly a car legally, it has to be abandoned for 3 days before they can even give it a citation or whatever.
Well,
So
that's an
that's another
awfully
part of
nice.
this being fishy.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's back this up.
I know, it's like
So,
back the fuck up to
yeah,
September 13th, 14th, 15th. All these dates kept
no,
changing
okay,
of
wait a
when he
minute.
came home.
Okay, the car was parked out there. Freaking nice ass car is parked out there in the wilderness, I'm guessing,
It was
right?
parked at the entrance to this Myakkahatchee place. Well, actually,
Okay.
it was 3
So at a
miles from
parking
where
lot,
the remains were found. But yeah, don't know if it was a
but at
parking
a
lot or
parking.
side of the road, but at the entrance to this park.
Okay. So wasn't he already, was he already, he was already like known that he wasn't around at that time, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't known that he was missing until
Okay. So
the
they wouldn't have ticketed it, ran the plates and went, oh, this is Brian Laundrie's car. Let's
no, he
look in this
wasn't.
area.
They weren't looking for him yet. Yeah, when they started
Okay.
with the
All right.
Mustang is when the FBI was going, we know exactly where he's at. So nobody was worried. And then all of a sudden the parents are like, oh, we can't find Brian. We brought his car home, blah, 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 blah. But now there's people going through old footage trying to see when that car was and wasn't in the Laundrie's driveway. So it's like everybody thinks something
Yeah.
fishy's going on with that car and the parent's story.
Yeah, I think
And
so.
then the lawyer had to come out and say, it was a different date than the date the parents told him. I'm looking through my notes now. Like the 13th and 14th were in dispute, and the
I
lawyer
think the
made a
car was a
statement.
setup.
Something
Right.
is weird. Yeah, something is very
Right.
strange. And being
Well,
that they
okay.
went back to the car place yesterday, and oh and lo, they find his items and they find him. And the day before is when they went to Walmart and the AT&T store and FedEx after they hadn't been out of their house in so long. And then that same
Okay.
day is when they find him.
So let's even go back a little further to Gabby lived with his parents in their home for a
Yes.
year. Okay. If somebody, my daughter's boyfriend, okay, because I have a daughter, so I'll say her boyfriend, and they went on a vacation or a trip or whatever you want to call it. And she came home and sat in his car, okay,
Well,
in
first
his
he flew
car.
home. Don't forget that. He flew home round trip first. Then he came home
Yeah.
alone
And
with
then
the
went
van.
back.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's stick with the van. Okay. So when he got home and said, like, basically, I don't know where she's at, I would
That's when
have
they
been
decided to go on the 2 camping trips.
I would have bugged
right.
out. I would have bugged out. I would have
Yeah,
went
if my
nuts.
kid shows up, like you said, with the girlfriend or fiance's van,
I
I'm not
would
going to
have
be like,
been
well, pack up the
searching.
camper. We're going shopping or camping.
Never.
And the
No.
Petitos kept calling Brian and them, and they weren't returning calls or answering. And it's like
That
they went on 2
stuff,
camping trips. So it's like, why wouldn't you tell these people, look, Brian came home, said him and Gabby had an
that
argument
stuff
or
right
whatever, but
there,
he's here with her van. They
that
ignored
stuff
the other
is
parents.
the most bothersome. The other thing they have not talked about. Okay, so if anybody here has been in a domestic violence relationship, you will know that, okay, so the day the cops stopped them, right? And they set Brian up in a motel. And did they just tell her to go on her way?
They were separating them. They said, you keep the
No,
van, we're taking him to a
Yeah, but
hotel.
at
They
first
I
didn't
get that.
cite
they were gonna give him the van, which they
Yes.
definitely shouldn't have done because the van comes back registered to her. So I don't even them
Yeah,
cops
that's it.
really did a terrible job. The
well,
van
yeah,
is hers.
your
So they
police
should have
Okay.
seen
chief
that.
has resigned and those guys are being investigated. And they didn't cite either of them with domestic violence. We found the documents and they
No,
got them
right.
with
So I didn't want to get
disturbing the peace. Yeah.
right. I'm just getting to want to get to the point, like when they were stopped and they got him a motel and they told her, get in your car basically and go on your way and don't contact each other tonight. In a domestic violence relationship, to me, it would have hit the honeymoon phase immediately. And he would have been contacting her saying, come over, honey. It's gonna be okay.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. I'll never do it again. Come over.
That's
And
what Kathy was
I would
saying.
have went over.
Well, that's
Okay,
what I
where's
think.
the
She
video
either
camera
ended
footage
back up
from
with
the
him.
motel?
Yeah.
I believe that is what happened, but I'm wondering why I've been in major chats, and you know how some of them are. You can ask the same question 30 times and not one person acknowledges you. Okay. And then sometimes you get, a few people answer you. People are freaking rude in chats. It's like, you're asking a few questions and not one single person out of 300 can answer you.
Right.
But
Yeah, I agree with you.
I find it hard to believe not one YouTuber has talked about that. Not one. I had on all the channels I am on, I haven't heard one person want to know about the video camera footage on the motel. I
Well,
want to see if she drove back to that damn motel that night.
Chris has been doing live streams here, and it's like we've gone through like the entire timeline and followed through the Instagram, and he's got an interactive map and all this really cool
Well,
stuff. So
Wow.
we have talked about that stuff. I'm going to pull up the map and put the link in here
But
so
have
well,
you
people can
noticed
grab it.
the YouTubers that are really the big channels and stuff? No one's even asked about that.
oh, and most of the
No,
big
because they're not
channels
thinking about it.
are just doing what we're doing now. Not saying this is bad. A good speculating, is how we find answers. But most of the big channels are just about talking about it. They just want to get as many people in and talk about it. They don't really want to think about them kind of subjects. Like I thought about
Right.
I've thought about, and I'm kind of convicting myself, but I've thought about even like I really want to get into investigating things like this. So I've thought about calling places and acting like the news, and calling
Uh-huh.
places and and acting like the
Uh-huh.
cops, just
Yeah.
just to try to find answers. Now I'm sure, I don't know, it might have been like a rundown hotel, because it was kind of like it seemed like the cops took a lot of people there that they had to separate due to
Uh-huh.
issues or something
It
like
was
that.
called the
Then they've
Bowen
got to have
Hotel,
cameras.
and I saw a body
Then,
cam of them taking them in, and it didn't look like a rundown place.
then
Right.
they have not body cam footage. They have video. They probably have video. That's why I don't want to speculate. I want to know if the cops or anybody retrieved the building video footage, assuming they have that.
Well, my guess
Okay,
is that since those two
to
cops
see
have
if she
internal
went back.
affairs after them, they have that video. And the FBI probably has it also. But since now Brian's not going to go to trial, it's going to be useless. But those two cops in Moab that pulled them over are being,
Yeah.
investigated by internal affairs. So it's like they have that video. They made a big mistake with their call on that one.
We got Matt.
You know,
Matt just joined
I
the stream too, by the way. Sorry for cutting you off. What's up, Matt? Sorry,
no,
Hey,
sorry, I
how's
didn't mean to
everybody
cut you
doing?
off.
Hey, Matt.
hey there. So
Yeah.
who is Flight Life? Do I know Flight Life?
Truth Tracker
Yeah,
from Vegas.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
This is
Okay.
his new channel
'Cause
because
I'm
he
like,
does like drones and videos and stuff. So he's got the FlightLife
mhm,
channel, but yeah, it's Truth Tracker Chris. Everybody knows Chris.
got it.
yeah. I
Okay.
started a new channel because YouTube completely rocked the other channel, and it's put so many restrictions
Yeah.
on it that I can't really do anything. So, plus
Yeah. Okay.
I do a lot of other video work, so I wanted to have a name where I could combine the investigation side and a name
Yes.
that goes
Right.
along, and it goes along with Truth Tracker, because a lot of the older videos were to do with helicopters and stuff like that, and I'm in the
Yes.
drones, so Flight Life, it came
Now, were
together like
you
that.
the one doing some music and rap not too long ago on your channel?
Yeah,
Yes.
Was that you?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
film music videos too, yes, and I used to be a musician years
But
ago.
you did stuff on your channel, I don't know, a
You did a
year, I
couple
mean,
live streams with G and a couple of your other boys.
like
Yeah,
some homies,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
right?
In the
When you
recording
guys were messing in
studio.
the studio. Yep.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay. I know exactly who you are. Okay. I thought
yeah,
so. I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
if you
Sean.
recognize.
Sean wants to know
I
who
don't know.
Matt and Angela G is. Matt is somebody that I usually do live streams on my Truth Seeker channel with. So he's used to being
Matt's
in here on
awesome.
StreamYards, and he doesn't talk all that much, so he has to we really have to shut up to let him get a word in
Don't worry,
edgewise.
Matt. I don't talk
But
that much either.
we met during our Vegas investigation. All four people on the screen are
Yes.
part of the Vegas group. And Angela G was
Yeah.
also one of our Vegas researchers. And now she does videos on her channel about medicinal cannabis and marijuana and stuff. So if you're into that stuff,
And I do,
Angela's
yep,
link to her
herbs,
channel
essential
is
oils.
awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And then I did just buy a new music equipment thing so I could do my Friday night music and singing. So
Oh,
we've been
that's awesome.
practicing. I started it, but I put my last one on private. Last night I did a 3-hour long one trying to get my voice to be correct. And my husband Manny was helping read the directions. And 2 times before that, I did an unboxing of all the equipment I bought. And then I did the stream where my friend Nick, who's also from Vegas community, Nick Cook, he's around in the pockets. Yeah, you know him. And then so he got on panel with me because he's a musician. He sings in a band all the time and all that good stuff. So he got on panel, and then he helped me as I put myself on cam all the time. So I like if I go on a panel and nobody is, then I generally won't. But if some people are, I will. I'm not camera shy.
Right.
So anyways, we sat up there and it was several hours, Nick helped me. And then Stable Foe, he's from Vegas too. Yeah, so he was in my chat. He comes and visits my chats often. He freaking was awesome helping. Our other friend Rook from another pocket, he was jumping in my basement, putting links in the private chat to help us. And the guys just really helped me. But I have to fine tune. And I just figured out I need a headset. I need a headset because I'm not hearing my voice come through the speakers.
Yeah,
So
it's a big learning curve.
I'm dropping a ton of links in here, so anyone in the chat that wants to subscribe to these channels, grab them.
Yay, because I want more subscribers. I'm really trying to, and sometimes I just do morning chat. It's not always serious. It's random stuff. And I usually do live streams versus uploading videos.
Yeah, for a long time I did morning streams. I would be at work doing morning streams on the old Truth Tracker channel. But yeah,
I think that's where I would watch you because I'd be getting. What time frame are you in?
I'm on the East Coast. Eastern.
So what time is it there?
Right now it's 10:30.
8, 9, 10. Okay, it's 7:30 here.
All
so
right,
when was I watching you?
I put in all the links for everyone that I know. Oh, wait a minute, Edward. I'll find Edward too. I got Awakened Angels in there, 911, Chris Thompson, Matt.
Angelica's a great.
Angela G.
Yeah.
And Chris Thompson. Let me grab Edward.
That's
Angelica, 911 Awakened Angel is an awesome channel to watch. She's been to Vegas. I don't even know how many times. This lady, she's a go-getter. Okay, I know her personally too, and she is an awesome chick, first of all, but she is like walking on top of things where you're like, she should have never been able to even get up there. You know what I mean?
She's
awesome.
She's real daring.
Well, you know how good the security is in Vegas. If people are walking on roofs and stuff that they're not supposed to be at.
Yes.
I
so she showed
Edward. When I did a search, I ended up with his backup channel.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Angela, how are you?
Hi, Matt.
Can you hear me?
I'm good. How about you? Yes.
I'm good. Finally got my car fixed.
Good. Oh, good. Yeah, because it was broke down, right?
Yeah, it was having some issues, so it's finally fixed. Got it fixed about a month ago, so it's good.
Matt got that good microphone. You sound like you were on a professional microphone.
Yeah. I broke down
I'm on my phone
a while back ago.
When I randomly jump on panels, it's on my phone. If I plan it, then I do it on my laptop. But
yeah,
I've gotten pretty good at my phone.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, you got some pretty good mics, don't you?
Yeah, I got a bunch of microphones. That's what I was about to say. So, Angela, when you were saying that you see me in the studio, so like most of the whole first part of my life, I was in recording studios. That's what I aimed most every day of my life on, working in recording studios. And then I got
Oh,
into filming videos, and really I happened upon filming videos on Vegas because when I started just cutting videos together and then putting the videos out, people really liked the videos. So I kind of fell in line with that, and I veered more away from the music, more towards the video making now. But that's awesome
got
that you're
it.
into the music scene. I have to check your
I
channel out
love
closer.
I love concerts, first of all, but when I was a little tiny kid, I wanted to be a singer. And my grandma put me in tap, ballet, gymnastics, swimming, piano, never a voice. And I'm not saying I like sing great or anything. People say I sound good. But I love to do it regardless. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And
Like
that's how
I
you gotta
love,
be.
I, yeah. So my favorite all-time musicians in the whole world, as far as artists go, is Ann Wilson from Heart and Zach Wild from Black Label Society. And Black Label Society, Zach Wild, he was Ozzy's guitar player for half
Long
of
time.
Ozzy's career.
Yeah, long
Yeah.
time.
I saw
That's
So
Ozzy
awesome.
Zach
about 5 or
Wild,
He
6
was in
times,
Black
and
Label
Zach was
Society,
always
yeah.
the guitar player.
I'm actually old enough
yeah,
that I saw Ozzy playing with Black Label Society.
me too.
It's like I tell people
I
that,
did
and they're like,
too.
"Wow, you must be really old." And it's like, "Oh yeah, I am. I've seen a lot of
I
stuff
saw
that."
I saw them right before the pandemic. Zach comes and plays in San Jose at these little hole in the wall bars, and we go.
Oh, cool.
Those are the only places I'll go see him. You know, I won't go to a large venue anymore after seeing Heart in a small venue several times. And Zach, I will never see them in a large. I will not see them in a large venue. I can't. I mean, Zach got right off the stage and played like almost touching me, and I have video of it. So,
It's awesome.
yeah, but I want to learn how to use my equipment, and I would like to even maybe try recording a few songs. But maybe we can talk about that sometime, like have a panel discussion over just this.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I'm willing to even do it on my channel because people know I do random shit.
Yeah, I used to do videos where I did kind of tutorials on mixing music and stuff like that. I think there's still some on the Truth Tracker YouTube channel because I would throw them in here and there. Yeah, like you said, you saw me in the studio, and then
Yeah.
I did like computer recordings where I was mixing songs down. If you have the money, definitely look to get like Pro Tools. That's the best
Well,
equipment you can get, but that's a strong learning curve a little bit.
yeah, I can't do so I have I run a company full time, and then I spend time with my grandson, and I grow marijuana and I make products, and I don't have a lot
That's
of time
awesome.
to learn anything spectacular. Yeah. So
Sean wants to come
I
on.
really
I'm giving him the link, so watch for him in the basement.
All right, I got you.
I, I really want it to just work and let me sing. Like
I mean, that's
like
basically what I do. I mean, I
Matt,
don't
they're
have no
making
kids
fun
or
of
nothing.
Snickers.
I don't have no kids
I
or
just
nothing. I
want to
focus my whole life on videos and audio. That's what I've done pretty much nonstop. So I know what you mean.
well maybe
Work
you
and
can
your
but
dream.
yes. Yeah, and just remember, I'm dummies 101. Like you should see my video where I'm trying to hook it together, okay? You'll understand by watching a little bit of my hooking it up to go, "Oh wow. Okay. She don't know
I
what
was
she's
there.
talking about."
I was there
Yeah,
though.
okay. So that's where I'm at. Yeah. I've
Well,
tried editing videos. It's too much.
at
I
least
don't
you
have the
admit it,
time to.
Ansela.
We need to
Mhm.
jump back
At
into the
least you
Oh yeah.
water in
admit it.
case our chat people are going to
Well,
get
thank
crazy.
you. Definitely. I
We're
mean, you
having a
can watch my
family
live
reunion
streams
here.
and you can tell I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and we just laugh. I laugh, I mean,
Oh, yours are fun.
I'm, people laugh. I laugh. It's okay. Well, I started trying to get professional on my streams, and then I say the F word, and then I want to smoke a cigarette, and then I'm like, okay, I can't do this. I can't be professional like that. I have to just be me. And
Screw it.
the people that yeah, screw that, because I'm not
Have
going to be
fun,
that way.
yeah.
That's
I'd
about how
rather
I
have
am too.
fun, right? And when you screw up and you laugh and you just try for several more hours.
Right.
Well,
That's
it's the old saying, "Fly by the seat of your pants."
That's
You know,
yes. Yep.
I
And
mean, it's
the
true when you think
chatters
about
help
it.
me. Yep. And the chatters help me, and people jump on panel and help me, and we laugh a lot about it, and I get
don't
frustrated and people laugh, and
Yeah, don't feel bad, because you should hear Kathy kind of pushing me while we're getting ready to do a live stream, and I'm like, Kathy, I gotta have this prepared and this prepared, because I
that's
feel like
me.
I can't come on a live stream unless I'm doing something productive for people. Like, this is really hard for
Right.
me. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone right now, doing
Well, I
like this
dropped your
Because we're
talking
link.
just
session.
I dropped your
because we're
link to
just
the
chatting.
maps. So
Yeah,
anyone that
Right.
doesn't have that, click on it and bookmark it. That's an interactive map he made
yeah.
of
I'd
following
love to see that.
Gabby and Brian's
Wow.
path. And each place you can click on the pin. It's a Google map. You can click on the pin. It'll tell you like the address of the place and where he got the information from, and
So
some of their
awesome.
Instagram posts. So yeah, this interactive map. Anytime you click on it, always hit refresh first, because if he added anything new to it since the last time you opened it, it'll need to refresh.
Dude,
But yeah, it's great.
I might look into as many, now that I know that process of going from Google Earth and plotting out cases like that, and then I can turn it into an interactive map and share it with people like that. I might start looking into
Wow.
police cases and all that, and
Wow.
really trying, like, just dedicating the police cases, and I don't know
I'll
it.
be joining over here. I was going to start a second channel to do true crime. And because
Yeah,
I've been into like really dark stuff my whole life, murders and truth seekers a lot. Like her and I
I'm a lot
in our
like you, yeah.
messenger, we go back and forth with links. We
How to
don't
be a
even say hi,
serial
good
killer and
morning.
not get caught.
We
Call me an
literally
Angela.
just throw each other links, you know what I'm saying? And thumbs up, and we're on our way. But if I
uh,
need to know something because we're looking at the same case together, I know she has made the time, first of all. And she's got documentation that she's looking at. She's not
right.
Yeah,
making
I
it
don't
up
just say it
because
out
she
of my
heard it.
ass unless I tell you it's speculation. I usually
Yes.
have the stuff.
So I
Tex
will
is gonna
ask her.
send you an email, Chris.
Okay, I got my email
Um,
pulled up on this live stream, so you guys can email me at any time at
Yeah, I just
rightflightlife at
dropped the link.
gmail.com,
Yeah,
since I got
anything you
multiple
guys
screens
want him
up.
to put.
and Edward's the other one I go to for other stuff. All my true crime stuff I go to Truth Seeker, and then other stuff Edward, because those are the two people that can literally show me the docs, that
Right.
documentation. You know what I mean? They can show me
Yeah, I
it.
do. I
And
really
those
do.
are the two people that I'm like, they don't even need to show me it because I know they have it. Just tell me the gist and I'm fine because I know you have
Brian
the doc.
didn't go shopping with his parents on the 29th. Whoever's in the chat talking about that, we need more information.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying 100%, because that's how I feel when I come on every live stream. I'm like, look, I can't say nothing on these live streams unless I'm saying something.
Well, that's
Like,
me. I'll
Right.
have I'm like Edward. Edward's really way, way better than I am. But yeah, me and Matt, we got our documentation and we'll look stuff up. Unless we're doing if we're doing a speculation one like tonight where we're just bouncing and brainwashing ideas
If I
off each
had
other.
more time, I would spend a lot of time doing that stuff. Mine are more missing and murdered children, though. That's kind of where that is what I wanted to do my second channel on. And then I started going around to all these true crime channels. And I'm like, oh, hell no, I do not want to get involved with that shit at all.
yeah,
It's a brutal community.
Well, it's brutal, and also
People are
YouTube
telling
can nab you
people,
if you bring up too much stuff about kids. I got a strike for posting that video of those two kids having the classroom fight.
oh,
From the
wow.
Arlington shooting, but there was no shooting or anything. Basically, it was just two teenagers blurry in the background having a fight. It already had
Yeah.
500 views in like 20 minutes, and then I got it taken down
Mine was
for
going to be more
policy.
investigating. I didn't really know how far I was going to go into each case because, as you guys know, if you're into the true crime or missing or murdered anybody, the minute you're on 3 crimes, 10 more happen within the next 2 or 3 days.
Oh
It
yeah,
is
I got to stick in
impossible.
something, and then something else will pop up, and you start trying to see if there's a connection.
It's pretty immediate. And oh, I want to bring up the Moab couple. No one's covering those ladies
Oh,
that got
we've covered them in the last 2 live streams. I wish you had been in them because we've
Yeah.
But
gone
you
in
have them
depth
up
about
still
them.
then. So you
Yeah.
have them up still.
Yeah, the videos are still,
Well,
if you
it's
go,
not just the ladies.
Okay, good.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but a guy named Robert Lowry also was found missing, and his remains were found in the same area as
Yes.
those chicks.
I didn't know his
So
name, but I knew another man.
yeah,
Yes.
his name's Robert Lowry. So yeah,
So
we
why
in the
did they
last 2
rule out?
live streams covered all that.
Okay, I'll go over the weekend. I'll go listen to those. But now why do you think immediately, when those women were found, it was said Brian had nothing to do with it? How would they have even known that?
Well, they wouldn't
good
have
question.
because they have to do all their forensics and stuff. So
Yeah,
it's like,
they knew the day. I think they said it the day of.
well, they were also
There's,
shot, and Robert was shot, but his was suicide. It's like it's pretty easy to shoot someone with a gun and make it look like
yeah,
suicide.
but we don't know that Brian had a gun or didn't have a gun. We don't know that.
No, we don't. But my assumption is anybody going on a cross-country road trip that's going to be spending time in the outback, I mean, not even campgrounds, just out in the woods, is an idiot if they don't take a gun with them. A
Look,
gun and a can of bear mace.
I
That's
agree
just my
with you.
opinion.
I agree with Angela on this one because, like I've said in other live streams, alone there is a connection by location. Yes, there's no connection
See?
by we don't know of a connection between the two of them, but we do know that there is a connection by location. It's in the same little town, Moab, and it's the
And
park
the
right next to
restaurant.
it. And what
Did
is
one
it?
of the gals or both of them work at that restaurant that
Right.
got in a fight with
Moonflower.
someone over the bill?
Yeah,
Right.
the one girl worked at
Yes.
Moonflower, and they spent hours there that day.
So there is a
Yes.
connection by location. So I don't know why they
Yes.
would come out and make that ruling that fast.
Immediately. They said it immediately. And I was shocked as they were saying it because there was no time to know that. None.
Right.
You know.
I almost came to the conclusion on it a little bit that maybe there is a connection, and for some reason, maybe it was because Brian was like being held in protection or something, and there was a serial killer, and they wanted everybody to think that they were after Brian, but really they were after someone else. But now with this whole his remains found and all that throws that into a question. Plus, we didn't really
Read Paul's
review this.
question.
We didn't really review this in our other live streams. I didn't get to it, but
Okay.
there's a dirt website where Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie marked all the places they wanted to go on their trip.
Right.
And one of those places
Yes.
on the dirt site was the
Yes.
place where Kylan
They-
and Crystal camped at.
Yes. Yes.
So, but there's no connection, or there's no video footage or witnesses that have come forward that saw them at that campground where
it's
Kylan and
just
Crystal
too
were.
much of a coincidence to me.
Right.
And especially they said a creepy guy camping next to him.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. To me, that's a little too much
Well,
to
the same
close.
person that killed them could have killed Gabby and Robert. We don't know. We're never going to know because Brian's never going to get arrested now and go to trial. But it's like, we don't really know he killed her. They haven't released enough information.
In the
I'm
beginning,
sure
I
that he
thought
did.
it was an accident. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. Like a domestic violence, but he, like, say, pushed her.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first
No.
until he choked the shit out of her.
Yes. And then when I heard that, I was trying not to speculate, but it's kind of hard sometimes not to.
All right.
Wait a
So
minute, we got to address Paul for a second. Paul says
Yes,
Chris Laundrie is an ex-Marine and that Chris Laundrie said a gun was stolen from the family home by Brian. Does anyone else know anything about that?
real quick, I have a picture from TX guy. He sent this
Text?
picture in. Yeah, text guy. And not to cut off your guys' conversation, but he sent this in, and it says in the picture, FBI remains Brian Laundrie's belongings found at Preserve, and it's a picture of I'm guessing
The golf cart.
Yeah, it could be
Range Rover.
remains, and it could be the notebook and stuff. Maybe in the truck. I double checked it just because I don't want to show remains on the channel because YouTube will straight cut
Well,
us
my
off. But
personal
Are there
opinion is
those?
the coroner transported the remains in the coroner van, and they're probably carrying the
Have you
other
guys
evidence.
seen any nasty type photos or anything out there on
yeah,
social media about this?
I've
Not
gotten
Brian's
emailed.
remains.
Well, not Brian, but I've gotten a lot of emails from people who sent me the pictures of the helicopter footage over Gabby's
Yeah.
remains site. And I'm pretty sure me and Kathy talked about it and looked at the pictures. We're pretty sure you can see Gabby Petito in pictures from the helicopter footage, and it's
Because
still
I
up
was
on
wondering.
YouTube.
It is.
Wow,
Which,
Angelica can't hear me as well. That's funny because usually I'm the loudest.
well,
You're loud.
Kathy,
Yeah.
we can hear you, but I guess because I have high quality headphones on, I could see what they're saying a little bit. Just because you sound like you're echo, like in a big room, you sound like
I
you're
am
not
in a
that
big
close to the
Huh.
mic. But
Can you
you're
hear me
here.
better now? I turned it up a little.
Yeah, no, you can hear you fine. It just I could tell maybe if someone's listening to it at low volume, you might be low a little bit. But I can hear you fine. But I can
I
hear
can hear
what
you
they're
fine
saying.
too.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna jump off because my family's here to pick up my little grandson and they're eating dinner and stuff. So I want to go visit with them for a little bit before they get ready to go.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks
Thanks,
Angela for coming on. And
Good
thanks for
talking to you again,
allowing
Angela.
me. Yeah, thanks for allowing me. I'm sorry I sidetracked, a little bit and
oh, you're fine. It's music. I love music.
awesome. All right, cool. Well, thank you. Nice to see you, Matt. Glad you got your car fixed.
Thanks.
Truth Seeker, thanks for the invite, and I'm glad I checked my messenger.
And I'll
Yeah,
definitely
always
check out
your
your channel.
messenger.
Yeah, and I'm subbing to your channel right when I get off of here, and I'll probably send it to a few of my other YouTube friends too.
And watch
Thank you.
the live we did the other day. It's the very last one before this one, and we talk a lot about those newlyweds and the Robert guy in their
I'm
areas
gonna
and stuff.
definitely check those out because I haven't heard anybody really doing much on those poor girls at all.
Oh my god, I took so much heat on my first video on the case. It was a 9-hour live stream, and I talked
Oh,
about both
yeah,
cases, and so
totally.
many people tried to come after me because they instantly assumed I was linking the cases together. I was just looking into both
The
cases.
true crime people, I'm telling you, are more insane than any other pocket I've been in so far.
Right.
They'll
I
literally,
agree.
8 women will get on a panel with one woman and tell the one woman and basically beat and kick her down, telling her she can't cover a certain case because they already covered it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So I decided no. And one channel is enough for me to handle. I just need to organize my playlist. That way, the people that only want to watch cannabis, herbs, essential oil stuff can just go to the playlist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
learned the
get you.
magic of playlists.
I do it too.
Yeah, because I can't jump from channel to channel and checking notification. I can't do that. That's not in me to do all that stuff.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tough.
So I just rearrange my playlist and do it that way. But anyways, you guys have a great night. Thanks for having me, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
You too. Have a good night.
Good night,
All right.
Angela.
Good night.
All right. Everybody still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Kathy, you still with us? Did we lose you? She was probably started messing with her microphone.
Well, she's still in the room.
Yeah, I do see her in the room. I don't know. It's weird. So, yeah, TX guy sent me this post. I guess maybe she ran to the bathroom or something. But, so this must be the, but like Kathy was, I haven't really been following it like that, Matt. Like, because I've been so deep into, like, all the facts. I gotta stop doing that a little bit. I get so lost in just observing the facts and see, I like it because a lot of times it keeps my mind from seeing other crazy viewpoints, but at the same time it really hurts. So do you know, did they said they took the remains out in a van? Did you hear about that, Matt?
Well, I'm
I
assuming
did
the
not.
coroner would take it in the van. They don't
Oh,
just let
Kathy's
cops
back.
wander off. Yeah.
Well,
the back
but
of a,
also it's
golf cart.
possible that they had to, depending on the terrain of wherever they were, maybe it was the van couldn't get there and they had to transport it some other way. I don't
But
know.
they're
That's a good
driving
point.
on a trail here where you see this gator. I don't believe they're carrying the remains in that.
It looks
But
like
then
they're
again, as
sitting up against
incompetent
something.
as these cops were with everything else, maybe they were. But they called the coroner out yesterday and today, and he's got a big official van. So it's like, I can't imagine them letting anyone else carry off those remains, being that they could be evidence.
So, and I'm guessing it's got to be a different coroner, right? It's not going to be the Wyoming coroner, right? It's got to be a
No, this would be in
No,
I know
Florida.
this is
that's an
Florida.
obvious question, but who knows with this case? They probably just send somebody from out of state to come look at him because they looked at Gabby.
Oh, they'll have to have out-of-state anthropologists and stuff come in. They always do that in court cases to, do the bone detection and all that stuff. But something I found was interesting is Tampa has one of those body farms. So I
Yeah, that's
wonder if they'll bring
crazy.
in like a famous anthropologist or something that works at one of those.
Yeah, that's a crazy concept. And by the way, guys, anybody watching, if you want to call in, you can call in. I can share the link, or Kathy will share the link in a minute. Anybody can call in at any time. And tonight we're just doing us. We're having a special night where we're just talking the latest and the speculation on the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case. So, like I was saying, I'm really starting to reach the opinion that the father. But see, the police. I'm starting to reach the opinion that the father it had something to do with Brian's death, and if that's the case, these police, though, yeah, the cops on the scene doing the searching, a lot of times, or the cops we've seen so far in the case looking into it, I know they seem like who knows what the hell they were doing, but these detectives are very good at interviewing and interrogating people, and they can. How does the Fourth Amendment? So if Brian's dad says, "I don't want to talk," does that mean he never talks? Like, how does that work, Kathy or Matt? Do you know?
I I don't know, but at some point something's got to give. There has to be a breaking point where they have to decide. All right, this guy, we need to bring whoever in here, and we need to talk to them.
We're not going to get a trial because he's dead. So a lot of that information we'll never get now. If they
Yeah,
had a
but
Right.
trial for Gabby, we'd get it. But now it's like they don't have to give us anything.
but now I feel like all the heat's gonna fall on the family. And like I was saying in the other live stream last night, I seen watching many criminal investigation shows where police have actual arrest warrants for people, but they're not arresting them at that time because they're working with the cops on information, and then they wait for the correct time, then they arrest them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see coming up next that the family starts getting arrested, guys.
I'm thinking that they might be because they had a hand in some of this. I mean, they didn't go out to Wyoming and murder Gabby, but some of this cover-up stuff, I don't know. But since he wasn't charged with murder, can they really get him with accessory? I mean, it's like he was only
That's a
charged
good
with the
point.
credit card fraud, which is a misdemeanor. So it's like, can they really arrest his parents for helping him hide from a $500 slap on the
Right?
wrist or community
And
service?
and wouldn't that push the father, if he was involved in the death of Brian, wouldn't that give him even more of a push, like, you gotta go. Even though you're my
Kelly
son, you
thinks of
killed
it
this
father
girl.
too.
He could have been thinking, like, even you killed this innocent girl, and now I've gotten so deep in this that I'm not gonna get out of this. Like, dude, this is such a crazy case.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
nothing makes sense. I mean, every time you turn around, there's something new, and then
It's been
the
crazy
red
since
flag
the
goes up.
beginning, but it evolves so quick. I've got Rhonda, who I talk with a lot in the day. She sends me a lot of stuff, and I send her a lot of stuff. And it's like there's some days that my messenger's like ping, 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 and I can't even read them fast enough. Then it'll be real quiet for 3 hours, and then all of a sudden stuff starts happening again. And today was kind of one of those days. It was like, wow. If you're not following it every second, you miss so much.
Right? I just, dude, if it comes out, like, it's definitely Netflix material ready. Like,
Oh, I'm sure there's a movie going to be made about this.
and
But back to
it's
the
so
picture on your
terrible too.
screen. when I was saying the coroner's van would have brought the body out, they may have brought it in that vehicle on your screen from the wooded area. And then once they got to a main road, the transfer came to the coroner.
Okay.
So that could be, it wasn't even really a body. It was just a couple of bones. They're still going to have to go out there and find the rest of him if it didn't get eaten by an alligator.
I got another breaking news report here. Sorry, I'm pulling it up. So it says, Brian Laundrie's lawyer lashes out at case conspiracy theories, Florence, South Carolina. And it says he said Chicago, in an interview with News Nation, a Laundrie lawyer spoke Thursday against the idea that his client planted it. Brian Laundrie's remains and personal belongings, oh, they typed that all weird, a law enforcement agency found in Florida Reserve. He came out and he said, do you really think that the Laundries had the skeleton debris of their son in a plastic bag and brought them to present Carlton Reserve? Stephen Bertolino told News Nation Prime on Thursday, do you understand how ridiculous it is, how bad it is, and how annoying it is to even hear that?
But why would he think it was so important to have to address it? Because there's 1,000 freaky theories going out there, so that makes me even more suspicious.
Well, they're under a lot of heat, too. So who knows how many emails he's probably getting nonstop.
It's just like the news conference when Lombardo said there is no conspiracy between the FBI, MGM, and the LVMPD. And it's like, well, if you have to keep telling us that and shaking your finger at us, it makes us kind of wonder.
Right. And he continued on. He said, maybe the person who owns the platform steps up and says, hey, you have to knock it off. This is ridiculous, Bertolino said. So if I'm the only one who has to say this is shit because I didn't want to say the word bullshit, I'll say it. It's bullshit. And according to Bertolino, reporters and police were present when Laundrie arrived, and police told News Nation that they believed the Laundrie family had nothing to do with the remains found. And they said the remains...
I don't think they stashed bones. I don't.
No, I don't think it went that far, but who's to say that the father didn't know where he was and kill him because he had stuff to hide?
Well, they were also talking, not to interrupt this, but they were also talking about how, oh, the Laundries couldn't go look for him because they had the reserve closed. And it's like they would have let those people go any day of the week and hunt for their son if they wanted to. And on top of that, we got Doug from Northport and another guy who are in there every night, sneaking around, going in shacks, making live videos. We're watching them in the evenings every night. So it's like, you can get in there even though they had it closed to the public. Those guys never got arrested, and there was 2 of them that were in there doing it. One guy, Josh, and one guy, Doug.
Don't you wish that we could be there investigating it ourselves? This is why I want to keep growing this channel, so I can be like, look, guys, let's go. And, like, just roll down there. But I'm telling you, I'm rising to the speculative theory that, but see, if we go with the possibility, okay, that Brian's father were to have hurt or killed Brian, all right, let's just speculate it like this. So, let's say when Brian came back from the camping trip, the father and him got in an argument, he killed Brian, and then
accidentally or on purpose?
I think maybe even on purpose. And in
anger.
My
kid came back with the chick's van, I might beat his ass. And I don't believe in hitting kids, but it's like,
I
think my 30-year-old son came back with her van and her not in it, I might get a little angry.
I think that Brian was in a complete panic. I know a lot of people speculate that he was very thoughtful in this and that, but if you look at the dates, all right, we knew he was at the Sprite Creek Reserve the 27th through the 29th, and he was home by the 1st. So that means he hauled ass home, bro.
Oh, he drove fast.
He hauled ass. He was in a panic.
On that map.
He was in a panic. And then he got to his parents, and you know if he was in a panic, he cracked in front of his parents. There's no doubt about it. He cracked.
But the thing is, he flew home first, didn't he?
Yeah, and the flying home, yeah,
yes.
that that's just that's
Well,
another
but that's the
puzzle.
weird thing about it is why would he fly home and
From the
then fly
17th to the
back
23rd, he
and
did
and,
round
and,
trip.
and pick up the van and then drive all the way back? Why didn't you just drive back altogether?
Well, we think on the 12th, when they split him up after that body cam, that after that they got in another fight, and we think that she told him to get the hell out of here and
Mm-hmm.
put him on an airplane because her hotel was right by the airport that
Yeah,
she
we
went to for
established
those
that.
4 days. And we know she was in the hotel because her dad ordered her pizza and paid for it over the phone and sent it through an Uber to verify what hotel she was at. So that was when he flew home. Then God, my dates. September 1st was the day he actually showed up with the van without Gabby.
Yeah. Like the whole flying home thing is a whole nother like what the hell is going on here? Like, are we in the Twilight Zone or something? Like,
Well,
so
but
we
that's the thing. I mean, if he flew home first, correct?
yes.
And when did he fly home?
What date was it, Kathy? That he flew home? It
Then
was
he
when they were
flew
in Salt
home.
Lake.
Hang on, I'm flipping my pages.
It says right
He
here on the
flew
article,
home.
Brian returned to his home in North Point, Florida on August 17th for 5 days before flying back to Utah and then returning home in the van alone again on September 1st.
Yeah, the 17th to the 23rd was when he flew out. I've got like 8 pages of a timeline here.
So
And
she was
Matt,
still alive at that time.
yeah, and Matt, we figured out, yeah,
Yes,
because
because he
witnesses
went
saw
back and they
them.
did things together. Yeah.
And witnesses saw them check out of the hotel, and we verified it even more, me and Kathy, because when we were going through the facts of the case, we figured out which hotel it was at. And there is a hotel, it's called the Fairfield Inn and Suites is where she stayed. And there
Okay.
is a Fairfield Inn and Suites at the airport in Salt Lake, and that's where he flew out of, was Salt Lake City.
Okay.
And I thought that maybe they got in a fight. I looked up flight tickets. I dug into this. It was $128 one way. So they could have been in a fight. She could have sent him on his way. And then when he got home, when you're in an abusive relationship, you know how you get the, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, blah, blah. The chick always takes him back. So they could have gotten a fight and she could have sent him home or he could have stormed off and went home. And it was only $128. So when he got home, he could have bought another flight ticket and flew back. And my second point on that is we have no proof that's been provided to us that he was actually on a plane. No witnesses have come forward. No airline tickets have been
And that
produced. So we really don't 100% know if that flight even happened.
and
Other
that
than
goes
they're
back
telling
to
us it did.
Kathy, and that goes back to what Angela was saying, like, why don't we have videos of him at the hotel? And like, where is all these videos at?
Yeah,
Now,
and if he was at the airport, there would have been video of that.
right, and usually in any other case of this magnitude, it's not even the police who release the airport videos. It's the airport. They would come out and say a statement. I don't even think we've heard a statement from the airport that has
No.
said anything. So what I don't understand what the hell is going on there. Like, I think that kind of leads me back to, okay, were they suspicious of a connection of these other murders? Maybe they didn't want to put out information because they were suspicious that maybe there is a serial killer on the loose, and maybe they don't want to talk about that because maybe, all right, so if Brian was the only one who killed Gabby, then there is another killer out there who killed 2 innocent women. So where's that killer? And it really pisses me off a lot when I'm sharing my videos in Facebook groups and stuff like that, and I'm talking about Kylan and Crystal in them, and I'm not even trying to link the cases. I'm just talking about both cases in the same way. And people are like, oh, we're going to delete your video, or we don't want to talk about that. I'm like, what the hell do you mean? It's 2 other innocent people got murdered. And they got murdered horribly. Like
And
Gabby
they
got
always forget
strangled.
Robert Lowry, yeah.
Like Gabby got strangled. That's horrible. But you know, these other 2 girls, they got killed in a pond naked. One with their shirt half pulled up with their breast exposed and got shot to death. Like, dude, that's horrible.
Hang
So
on, I gotta address something. Someone in the chat said that Cassie admitted that she saw him when he came home on the 1st. She did, but if you paid attention to that interview, She said her parents were coming to either get or drop off her kids. I can't remember which one, and Brian was in the car with them. But the big kicker here, ding, 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 is they had the Mustang. So it's like you're going to fit two pretty good
Right.
sized kids and that mom and that dad and Brian in a Mustang. They would
Well,
have said, Brian, we got to go grab the kids, wait at home, or they would have taken the truck that had the big back seat in it.
even the neighbors, the Laundrie family neighbors. I watched interviews of the neighbors. I'm sure everybody has, and the neighbors were tripped out because they're like, "What are they doing? They're gonna go on a camping trip in that little tiny ass camper with their son, and all three of them. What? So what? So Brian rode in the camper on the way there,
I
or I guess he
think
could
they
have
were
rode in
going
the
to
back of the
go.
truck.
I think he was gonna go get. They went to that campground and they were gonna hide him. And then I think because they went there and they came back and they went there again. And then I think at the last minute they were like, you know what? We ought to ditch you somewhere close to home in case you need something. And that's why he ended up down the street.
See, I
The
was thinking.
campground was probably more of a, okay, what are we going to do about this? We have to have a secret family meeting where our house isn't bugged and no one can hear what we're talking about. Holy shit, we got to figure this out. And they were maybe, when they went back the second time, going to leave him there, but
Well,
decided to come home with him.
and you remember when I was looking deep into the case, I found those videos on their Instagram page, and I tagged Lisa Chapman because she was that her father dog was the one looking around the area. But there was pictures and videos of Gabby and Brian on a boat around Fort DeSoto campground, and that was just weeks before all this happened, or a couple months before all this happened. There was a boat. Now we don't know if they rented a boat. We don't know if the family owned a boat. We don't know none of that. But there is videos on Gabby's, I believe it's Gabby's, or it might be Brian's Instagram page of them on a boat. And then them hanging out by the beach and stuff
Well, a
like
lot
that.
of people talk about how these, poor young kids with no money went on this trip. And I got to tell you, when you're looking through some of their Instagram stuff, like Chris had mapped everything out on the Instagram stuff and made a slideshow that he played last night. And it's like, if you're looking at the food and the kind of gourmet stuff she's cooking, and they had that expensive drone and all this other stuff, it's like they weren't dirt poor kids that were sitting there eating pork and beans out of a can on this camping trip.
No.
They
And
stayed in hotels. They went to Moonflower. They went out to eat. They ordered beer. I mean, they were like on a regular vacation that a normal, regular person would go on. They weren't living like dirt poor people.
but they acted, but in the police stop, Kathy, about the hotel, they acted like they were dead broke. Like they couldn't afford a
Oh,
hotel.
Sean's talking about Chris calling the hotel. Gabby's father called the hotel. They did a FaceTime and he ordered her a pizza and Uber delivered it. So I don't know when you typed in that Chris called Gabby at the hotel if you meant to say
Oh,
Joe Petito.
Sean Sean's talking about because I've been sending emails
Oh,
back and
you,
forth with him.
Chris.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You're supposed to call the hotel.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
like I was saying to you guys, it's pushed it's pushed me to a point at times where I'm like, dude, I gotta figure this out. And like I thought about it, like calling the hotel and stuff like that. Christ, the police will be knocking on my door
Oh,
here soon.
I found some stuff out this morning during the dead time when nothing exciting was going on. You know that bullhorn lady that's been in front of the laundry house causing all the commotion?
Yeah.
Well, she's pushing for, Gabby and the domestic violence and blah, blah, blah. She's got a 46 court case file online that I pulled up, and she has been like abuser, domestic abuse with her husband, where
Mm.
you read the police reports and it's like she's doing the attacking. She's doing all the stuff. She's at the bar being loud and rude to other people and getting arrested. And it's like there were 46 things dating back to 1979 about that lady. So yeah, for her to be out there preaching about, poor Gabby and the domestic violence and stuff, it's like she is a husband beater. I mean, big time. I didn't even get through half of these police reports and I just stopped looking at them. I was like, holy crap. But yeah, that's Bullhorn Lady for you.
Yeah, I seen her a couple
Does
times in
anybody
different YouTube
want
videos.
the link to the court records? Hang on. I've got it bookmarked.
Yeah, I seen her when I was cutting together the intro video that I was using for the live stream. She's in the intro video that I was using, the one that was Skippy last time when I played it.
Yep.
She's she's in that video.
Well, my
But
friend Misty wanted me to put a video together about all this stuff. She's the one that gave me the court records. And I messaged her back and I was like, she's hanging around with that Johnny Lee Ritchie guy who's, famous and for having the most lawsuits ever against people. So I don't really want to make a video putting her court records out there and have her buddy be telling her, hey, you can sue that lady for that. So I was like, I don't want to touch her with a 10-foot pole. But there's the link to the records if you guys want to click on it, bookmark it, and read them later. It's just
we
loaded.
we didn't even finish it. We were still watching the video of the lawyer. We got so deep in talking with Angela. We should jump back and watch the rest of that though, real quick.
Yeah, put the lawyer thing back on.
Yeah, we didn't even watch it all. Oh, sorry about that. By the way, anybody who's watching or new to the chat, you guys can call in. We'll tag the link in the description. We're taking all calls. Anybody who has any speculation on the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case and the new developments in the case. We're also talking Kylan and Crystal. And what was the not to make him sound small in the whole matter, but what was the other guy's name, Kathy? That was found dead out in near Arches and all?
Robert Laurie.
Robert Laurie. If anybody has any leads that would help us in finding out what happened to Robert Laurie, right? All right, Robert Laurie, or Kylan and Crystal, or Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, please call in. We're willing to talk to anybody. Hey, Kath, remember
Andrew Lynn Griffin is the lady we're talking about, not the Molly lady.
Gotcha. Remember I had that guy in emails who sent me that information that he worked at the laundromat by where Gabby and Brian passed through?
I never could verify that.
You think I should read it? I won't put his name out there, but I could read it right now. Hold on one second, guys. I'm going to read this weird email to you.
Yeah, Andrew Lynn is the bullhorn lady. The other lady, Molly, isn't the one with the court cases. The bullhorn lady's the one that was, with when the neighbor came out and was swearing at him and they said, we're going to have you arrested and blah, 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 blah. That lady's name's Andrew Lynn.
All right, so
Lynn Griffin.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to start playing the lawyer video and then I'm going to pull up that email because that email is really interesting. We never even discussed it. So, yeah, I'll play the video and then when we get back, I'm going to show you guys this interesting email where I got an email from someone who claims to have worked at the laundromat near, where was the, what was that place? Monarch, near the Monarch in Gabby Petito's last Instagram photos where
that
she
was
took
Ogden,
where she's in Ogden near Salt Lake. She took them pictures it was her last Instagram pictures in Ogden. I have a witness supposedly who claimed he worked at a laundromat right near there.
I found the laundromat, but I couldn't find the information about the guy.
Yeah, and the guy came forward and emailed me and told me his story. So when we get done watching the lawyer video, and Kathy, if you want me to pause at any time during the lawyer video, just let me know. I will. So let's watch the rest of that. Because this lawyer video is also interesting in the case. This whole guy is very interesting in this case. So let's check out what he's got to say.
The attorney for Brian Laundrie's family, here's what he had to say. Steve, first off, thanks for joining Top Story tonight. So our viewers understand.
Turn the volume up. It's really quiet.
You said it's really quiet?
I can hear your voice, but I can barely hear his.
Well, yes, good evening, Tom, and thanks for having me. The first thing is, yes, I've known the Laundrie family for over 25 years.
All right, hold on one second.
I've been friends with Chris Laundrie for a long time.
Can you guys hear it in the chat okay, or is it too low for you guys?
And I did learn of the
No sound, okay.
Brian's remains were confirmed today.
All right, hold on one second.
Chris had called me.
It's always something with YouTube, guys. It's always a curveball thrown at you.
I think it's that video you pulled up. You just need to click up the volume on that video.
Yeah, I did. The lawyer video, I turned it up. Maybe I need to reshare that tab, so hold on one second.
You played it earlier, we could hear it good.
Right. I'm going to remove it and then reshare the tab really quick. All right, let me know if you can hear it.
Me know that police had come to his house this evening to inform them that the
Still quiet.
All right, well, I'm going to do it a little different then here.
How were Brian's parents tonight?
Well, Tom, I don't know you if you're a parent or not, but I'm sure every parent out there knows that.
You guys can hear it now, right?
Getting the news
Nope.
that your child is no longer
A little better than before, but not.
under any
When you played it earlier tonight, it was really loud.
The Laundries have been subjected to these people out in front of their house for the last
That's good.
4 weeks, and they continue out there today. It's just making it all the more difficult.
Any idea or theory how Brian may have ended his life?
You know, I don't want to speculate. I try not to do that. I would hope people would stop doing that as well, especially with respect to this case and with respect to, the cause or how Brian is, came to be dead. I don't know. And, we'll wait for, if possible, some type of cause of death from the experts.
Steve, I want to go back to yesterday and that big discovery. I know this is not the first time Brian's parents have aided in the search, but the Laundries did decide to go and help investigate.
Gotcha, Lisa.
Lisa wants you to
Starting it
start
over.
over, yeah, because now it's
So
loud.
our viewers understand the main reason you are representing the Laundrie family is because you have a long personal relationship with them. I understand you received that grim news that we've just reported. How did you find out, and what exactly did you learn?
Well, yes, good evening, Tom, and thanks for having me. The first thing is, yes, I've known the Laundrie family for over 25 years. Been friends with Chris Laundrie for a long time. I've seen both of his children grow up, Cassie and Brian. And I did learn of the unfortunate news that Brian's remains were confirmed today through Chris Laundrie. Chris had called me, let me know that police had come to his house this evening to inform them that the remains were positively identified.
How were Brian's parents tonight?
Well, Tom, I don't know you if you're a parent or not, but I'm sure every parent out there knows that getting the news that your child is no longer, with you is sad under any circumstances. The fact that the Laundries have been subjected to these people out in front of their house for the last 4 weeks, and they continue out there today, is just making it all the more difficult.
Any idea or theory how Brian may have ended his life?
I don't want to speculate. I try not to do that. I would hope people would stop doing that as well, especially with respect to this case and with respect to, the cause or how Brian is, came to be dead. I don't know. And, we'll wait for, if possible, some type of cause of death from the experts.
Steve, I want to go back to yesterday and that big discovery. I know this is not the first time Brian's parents have aided in the search, but the Laundries did decide to go and help investigators yesterday, both parents. Explain to our viewers what exactly prompted that yesterday.
Well, I think the prompt was that the park, or the Myakkahatchee Environmental Creek Park, was finally open to the public. My understanding, it was either open to the public on Tuesday or Wednesday, and Chris and Roberta decided that since it was open and available to them, they wanted to go and look for Brian by themselves. After speaking with me, I told them that I wanted to notify law enforcement so that we would have no issue. And, I did text my contact at the Northport Police Department. The response I got was, thank you for the heads up. And the law enforcement did show up at 7 a.m. at the park entrance to meet Chris and Roberta.
What do you say to all those people out there who say this is really a strange coincidence? Both parents go out, mother and father, and then suddenly these big clues turn up, including what we now know are the remains of Brian Laundrie.
As I said to you a moment ago, I've known Brian since he was a small child, so this is hitting me today too. I'm a little bit angry that people have been speculating this way, and primarily because, it's not just the Laundries, it's local PD. It's the FBI. It was an independent news person who happened to be there filming. And that's all fortunate that police were there and the film crew was there. The FBI put out a statement. I forget the gentleman's name. He said, listen, we searched this area several weeks ago. It was underwater. There have been numerous people who have said this area was waist deep in water. I think every searcher who was out there will attest to that. So people with firsthand knowledge of the conditions of that park have said that this was under 2 to 3 feet of water, and yet still John Q. Public can't get it in their head that these areas were inaccessible, and the items that were located today, or I should say yesterday, perhaps couldn't be seen. So we're not just saying it. I'm not just saying it. The FBI is saying it. Everyone is saying it. And yet these platforms are still running amok with these ludicrous and I have to say, you know, nonsensical theories of the parents planting things there. I mean, enough is enough.
Steve, you know,
when does it stop? When do people...
Yeah, we are here today, though, because of the disappearance of Gabby Petito and ultimately her death. You know, the Petito family has been very critical of the Laundrie, so I want to play you a short clip of the Petito family. I want to get your reaction on the other end.
I believe they know probably, if not everything, they know most of the information. I would love to just face-to-face ask, why are you doing this? Just tell me the truth.
You know this family. You're representing them. How would you describe the Laundrie's interaction with law enforcement?
So, as I mentioned a couple of times today to other news organizations, today is not the day to discuss the Gabby Petito case. I understand that that was the impetus, that is the reason why all this is happening, but that doesn't explain why people come up with these nonsensical theories as to yesterday's events and some other events. It doesn't explain, Tom, why major news organizations just yesterday on Fox News, an anchor was accusing me of communicating with Brian with a burner phone until his solar power ran out and I could no longer communicate. That was from an anchor. You had pundits on CNN just last night with all kinds of theories. So my anger and my frustration, and when I say when does it stop, what I'm saying is when does it stop that these conjecturists, these theorists, people who have no firsthand knowledge, and specifically with yesterday's events, you have people with firsthand knowledge telling you how this played out, and yet people still don't believe it. So I'm going to focus on that. I'm not going to talk about the Petito family. They suffered, no, Tom, let me finish. Yeah. They suffered a grave loss. And on September 14th, when I first went on video, I said there are two families here that have suffered a great tragedy. There are two young people that have now lost their lives. There are parents that are suffering. Now, I understand that. Whatever happened or whatever didn't happen, whatever people know, this is tragic for two families, and anybody with a child and anybody with a sense of humanity can understand the frustration that both families feel.
Steve, on that point though, and I hear you on that point though, you mentioned a date. If you could go back, do you wish you would have helped police out a little bit more early on in the investigation? Because Northport Police, to be completely fair, had to tweet at you on September 15th, days after Gabby Petito was already reported missing. Do you wish you would have maybe worked with police a little earlier in this investigation?
So, Tom, I have to tell you,
Sorry about that, guys. For some reason, this website keeps jumping out like that.
Are you on News Nation?
No, this is Oakland News.
All right, because News Nation gives me a hard time trying to load it up. When you pull videos out of an article like that, sometimes they screw up because they want to like get you to go look.
Click an ad or something.
Yep, I always call them clickbait states.
Could you guys hear like a squealing of the mic too while that was playing?
I heard what he was saying.
Okay. because I don't know why it's not acting right on the normal playable end, but it's basically like my high quality mic is you're hearing it through the microphone, but I'm opening it on YouTube. Hold on 1 second.
For Brian Laundrie's family, here's what he had to say. Steve, first off, thanks for joining Top Story tonight. So,
Are you switching it over?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the audio 1 second.
All right. Yeah, he's lying so much because he thought once Brian's body was found, it would be the end of the story, and he knows there's people out there like
Yeah, it's
tens
funny
of
how all
thousands
of a
people
sudden.
questioning all of this.
Oh,
He gave
now
3 interviews today. 3.
now all of a sudden it's let's care for these hurting families. When it wasn't nothing like that though, when your client was out there
Well,
running the streets.
He never gave any interviews. He gave little text messages and little phone things, and it's like now all of a sudden today you see his face 3 times, and it's like, what's up, dude? He's trying to backpedal and cover his ass for something.
Yeah. So I'm gonna turn my mic up. Kathy, when it starts playing, just say it so I know that you can hear it okay.
All right.
they promised to cooperate with investigators
Yes.
to get some type of immunity. Any truth to that?
I can tell you no, there's no truth to that. What I can tell you is that conversations were had several weeks ago with the FBI with respect to certain charges. When questioned and when communications were had between myself and the FBI, I think it was realized that charges were not appropriate. There was never a threat. There was never a coercion. There was never a deal cut. But
We're talking about
I think the
misdemeanor
FBI
charges?
would not have been-
Steve, misdemeanor or felony charges?
I don't know what level of crime or charge was in the mix. What I can tell you is there were conversations that were had, and I definitely want to be clear. There was no threat. There was no coercion on behalf of the FBI. There was no deals. There were certainly conversations, as one would expect happens in every criminal case. You always have conversations with the prosecutors about how the case may play out, as to what may be on the table, so to speak. Yes, those conversations were had, but no deal was cut. The Laundries have been cooperating with law enforcement, both locally and federally, since day one with respect to Brian.
And explain to our viewers.
The Gabby Petito case.
Yeah, if you can explain to our viewers, because we've heard from so many people over the last several weeks on this case, but we've never heard from the Laundries, and there's a reason for that, correct?
Absolutely, and I've said several times, I said it over a month ago, the reason you haven't heard from the Laundries is because I told them not to talk to anybody. I've taken the heat on that, I've accepted the heat on that, and as I've said even last night, as you know, any attorney, any defense attorney, and anybody who went to law school will tell you the same thing. You do not talk under any circumstances. And any pundit who goes on TV and says, oh, I have a law degree and this is immoral and unethical, you know what? You are wrong. This is the job and the role of a defense attorney. You tell your client, do not talk to law enforcement. Period. End of story.
Did your clients know their son, Brian Laundrie, was going to disappear when he left the house that day?
No, they did not. What I can tell you is that Brian was very upset when he left, and Chris conveyed to me several times that, he wished he didn't let him go, but he couldn't stop him. So this has been a painful saga for them since September 13th. It's been a long haul, but Brian is a grown man, young man, 22 years old. He wanted to walk out the door. He was entitled to walk out the door.
You know the Laundries personally. You've known them for several years. You've said that tonight here on Top Story. I want to ask you, what do you want America to know about the Laundries, and is there something they should know about them as parents?
I would like America to know that exactly what you said. Chris and Roberta Laundrie are parents. They are just people. They have feelings. They have children. One of their children have just been confirmed as dead. It's sad under any circumstances. Gabby Petito notwithstanding, for any family, for any parent out there, this is a loss of a loved one. They're grieving. I would just respectfully ask people outside their home, go home, give it a break, get a good night's sleep, leave the Laundries alone, even for one night. Please and thank you.
Do you see any scenario where the Laundries eventually reach out to the Petitos, to Gabby's family?
As I said to you a moment ago, Tom, there are certain things that need to be, I'll use the term wrapped up. There are conversations that need to be had. When those conversations are had, perhaps at some point in the future, there will be, communication between the two families. I've communicated with Mr. Stafford in the past, the Petito family attorney. I'm sure he and I will be having conversations coming forward. And, what comes of those conversations will remain to be seen.
Steve, we thank you for your time. I thank you for answering all of our questions tonight here on Top Story.
Tom, I thank you for having me here.
All right, so there you have it, guys. So one thing I really picked up on is the fact that he said that his son was very distraught and he didn't want him to leave. And so that points right there to the fact that so why did Brian's sister say they were at the campground and Gabby was never brought up? But then here he's the lawyer is saying that the father said that Brian was so distraught that he had to leave and his father's trying to stop him but he won't. So obviously then there was a conversation at the campground. Correct?
Well, either at the campground or at the house, but I can't imagine they'd have this big serious talk at home and they'd say, hey, let's get Cassie and go camping, but keep our mouth shut and not tell her what's going on.
Right. Like, it's so many things.
And the lawyer lied his face off right there when he said the parents didn't know where he was, because it's like the parents knew to go get the Mustang and bring it home. So, yes, they did know where he was.
They knew exactly what was going on.
Dude, he came home, like I said, and was in a panic. What we need to do, Kathy, and everybody watching, and everybody who's been following the case is, what we're going to do next is we're going to trace these steps from September 1st to what's today's date and when they found these remains.
I've got them right here in front of me. The steps kind of go all the way up until today.
And we're going to build a character profile of Brian Laundrie's parents this time. And we're going to trace everything that's been said from the lawyer to the neighbors. And we're going to really look at this. But the fact of the matter is...
I've got background reports on all of them. I've dissected all of their real estate transactions, the business transactions, and stuff like that.
Look, the fact of the matter is, he came home upset and stressed out. And they just gave more evidence for it by what the lawyer just said. So there's no way that they went to the campground and his sister was at the campground and nothing got brought up.
Kumbaya, yeah.
Nothing got brought up. That's just straight bullshit. So let's try to theorize in our own minds here, guys. All right? Let's try to put us in their shoes.
I'm putting the link in the chat if anyone else wants to come up here with us.
Yeah, if anybody wants to call in, feel free to call in. All you do is click that link right there, and you'll join into the room, and we'll see you, and we'll add you right into the chat, and you can talk, bring up anything you want to talk about the case, other cases, whatever. We're here to listen. But let's just try to put ourselves in, like, I try to put myself in this terrible person's shoes. Okay, so he drove home. And he got home to his parents' house, and they were planning on going camping. And he doesn't have Gabby with him. And obviously now he was distraught. So what made them say, all right, let's still go camping? What made them say that?
Well, the funny thing on the timeline is that on the 4th is when the mom went to the AT&T store to buy the new phone. And then the new phone that was blank, that had no history, is what she gave the FBI. And on the 6th to the 8th is when the Laundries went camping.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised, like Matt was speculating that, is the whole fly home trip. So the only reason we know that Gabby, let's think about it like this. The only reason we know that Gabby was alive after the fly home trip is we have witnesses that saw them supposedly leave the Salt Lake Hotel. Mm-hmm. We have the Instagram.
Mary Piglets, yeah.
We have the Instagram pictures in Ogden, and then we have witness reports from Mary Piglets and witness reports from Rustic Row.
Yeah,
and
she was still alive then.
But how do we know that, Kathy? Like, how do we
Well,
really
the
know that,
people at
though?
Mary Piglet's, there was a couple of witnesses. We have their names, and it's like I don't think they'd go to a reporter and give them their names if Brian and Gabby were never at Mary Piglet's.
Was
So,
that the restaurant that they were
Yeah, that
seen
was the restaurant they had a
fighting at?
fight at.
And that was the day that she died, correct?
Well, that was the
Or at least
same
that's what
day
they're
as we
saying.
saw the van video on the side of the road. But
Mhm.
Chris thinks it might have been the next day that she died in the
I
middle of the night. We've
I
kind of got a little timeline crunch there.
I think she died on the night of the 29th when he was hitchhiking. But
Yeah, the
so
29th was the hitchhiking night.
what if there was another girl, Kathy? Like, what if these people who are saying, yeah, we saw Brian leave Salt Lake Hotel and he was with this girl, and everybody's assuming it's Gabby, and there was another girl here
But her
that's not
picture
known.
has been plastered everywhere, and she just doesn't seem to have a face that you'd mix up with somebody else.
I agree, but I'm just
I mean, he could have had another girl too, but that just, I don't know.
like, what if there was a. I agree. That's super speculative to say. What if there was a third person? But the whole.
Wait a minute. Tex. Roberta went to the Walmart and the AT&T store the day they found his remains, but today is the day. Oh, wait a minute. They went to Walmart and bought all that shit, and then it was the next morning that they went in and found the remains. Walmart was the day before.
So, and we can't even put past the possible theory that these remains weren't like something they cooked up. Like, oh, let's put some of your teeth. Like, we're gonna have to take some of your teeth out, and we're gonna have to. Look. This case could go anywhere. Like, I'm
It could go
serious.
anywhere. Yes, it could go anywhere.
I'm not going with the theory like others have said where yeah, the parents took body parts to the place. I'm saying if they were in communication with Brian, Brian could have pulled a tooth or two out and whatever and left some evidence there and then got out. And then
Well,
the
when
Laundrie
they
family.
match you up to dental X-rays, they use like your jaw and your other bones.
I
not just
agree.
a
I'm
tooth.
I'm
Yeah,
super
they'll pull a
speculative,
tooth and
but
pull DNA or something out of the pulp in it. But yeah, it's like when they're using your dental records, it's like your dentist actually has those panoramic ones that kind of go all the way around. So
right.
they're kind of identifying. Now, 30 years ago, they might not have, but nowadays, it's like they got that whole around thing of your, whole jawline and bone structure. So they
Yeah.
couldn't just yank a couple of his teeth.
Right. I see TX guy wrote, I would give up an arm and a foot to stay out of prison. I bet a lot of people really would if they could get away with it, like get away with murder. And I'm
Oh,
sure
and Bridget's
people
saying,
have
what
done
about
it.
a lying dentist?
We're going deep now.
I don't think you'd get a lying dentist because the thing is, it's like when they go to the dentist's office and ask for the x-rays, they have to hand them the x-rays. They don't show them the coroner pictures and have the dentist say, oh yeah, that's this guy. It's like they'd actually have those dental records in their hand at the coroner's office, the x-ray films.
Right. And
Or
look,
nowadays, I think they email them.
so when we were talking to Angela and we were talking about the Kylan and Crystal connection in different ways, okay? So like I talked about this map many times. So these green markers on the map are locations where Gabby and Brian marked that they wanted to go to. That doesn't mean they went to all of them, but they had
Right.
marked these locations that these are possible places they would go to. And one of the locations, so these blue markers right here is this. So this first one is the original site of Kylan and Crystal's original campsite, and the second one is where their bodies were discovered. So up here is Arches National Park, where Gabby and Brian were known to have been, posted many pictures, yada yada.
Mhm.
And then you see right here, here's a green marker, and it's look how close it is to where Kylan and Crystal were. So this is a possible place they went, and they were right here. So this is the entrance to Arches National Park. This road, they were all
Okay.
up in here and all up in that region. So who's to say they didn't go right here? And this site is called Porcupine Rim Campground. And the campground Kylan and Crystal were at were like around LaSalle Peak, Man's Peak. So how can't someone look at this and go, okay, we need to look into both of these cases? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you not with connections like that? And then we got the Moonflower. The girl worked at the Moonflower, which was right here. So I don't know. I just wanted to make up
it
that
all
point.
depends if there's any relevance to it. You know, I mean, if there's relevance to it, then yeah, then they're going to piece them together. But if there's no relevance to it, to the other cases, then they're not going to do it.
Right. I know I jumped off subject. Thanks, Matt. I know I jumped off subject right there.
They're not pulling any relevance, but the thing is like all these cops and FBI people have been like so busy on this search and collecting footage and doing all this stuff that it's like the lawyer seems to be really threatened by what's going on social media. I mean, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I mean, we're not full. I mean, I'm reading stuff and it's like you do see some nonsense, but it's like there's a lot of factual stuff like Chris's map, and Chris has the slideshow on the Instagram, and it's like there's really good researchers out here digging some crap, and the lawyer's not prepared for that. He's like, oh, just don't listen to any of those people.
Right.
It's like, okay,
Well, of course,
some of them are nut jobs, but a lot of them, like Chris's thing, they couldn't put a hole in this if they tried.
Right. But of course, the lawyer is going to do that because the lawyer's not going to tell the truth. The lawyer's going to protect the family no matter what.
Right.
There's the link to the map Chris is showing again. If
And
you
look,
don't have that link.
here's another valid point that
wait, wrong link. Hang on.
Here's another valid point that I never really brought up in any other lives. So this is Salt Lake City right here, right? And this is the hotel that Gabby supposedly stayed at while Brian flew back. Now look at all the green markers that were around Salt Lake. They didn't hit none of these. Like, for example, if we go back towards like the Moab region, Utah, Colorado, they basically hit all these green markers. It gives you almost their travel path that they took. So they marked the green markers before they left for the trip, I'm guessing. And then when you look at them both on a map together of places you know they went and places they wanted to go, they line up pretty close of where they were going the whole trip. Sorry, I couldn't find the zoom out button.
That's the link to the map that Chris has up on the screen if you guys want to bookmark it.
You'll see a trend, like all the red dots are where we know they went, and all the green ones are where they wanted to go. And look at the trend. I mean, they were basically nailing them one by one. So when you go up to Salt Lake, which is where Brian supposedly flew back, they didn't hit none of these. And look how many they had marked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They had 9 places marked around Salt Lake that they never went to. So just an interesting point to say that what the hell went on right around the Salt Lake time.
Well, yeah, but also, I mean, they could have been planning that from after they left the hotel. But since he ended up leaving and going back to Florida, maybe they didn't hit those places because of that, because he was gone, because he flew home.
So
that's a possibility as well.
Yeah. And then, so he came back, what was it? Brian flies back and meets up with Gabby. I have August 23rd. I don't know if you can cross-check that, Kathy. So
What date are we looking at?
August 23rd, August 24th is when he flew back to the Salt Lake Hotel, right?
The 23rd is the day he flew back to Salt Lake.
Right.
And on the 24th, Gabby checked out of the hotel.
Right.
And then on the 24th, they ended up after that in Ogden, Utah.
A lot of people, and we haven't really discussed this, me and Kathy kind of figured this out. So a lot of people, when you look at their timeline, there's another Fairfield Inn in the middle of the city, like over here. And most timelines that you'll see or maps that you'll see, they have that one marked.
No,
but me and Kathy,
the airport.
Yeah, she was at the airport one. We figured that out. And this is, you see the airport's right here, and this is the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that he did fly back. And remember, in my older live streams, if you've been watching all of them, I didn't even believe that at first. I wouldn't agree with people. I'd be like, I don't know, that sounds kind of phony, guys. And then it came out true. Like, what the hell?
What, true that he actually flew home?
Yeah, it came out.
Well,
It
it came
came
out
out
true that Gabby
confirmed.
stayed at a hotel airport. We still have no confirmation that he flew anywhere until we see proof. But
Right.
being that she stayed at the airport hotel on the
Right.
day he supposedly flew makes it seem more believable.
And
Well,
But I
if
still
he
want
flew home
camera
on the
footage of him in an
17th,
airport.
he flew home on the 17th, correct?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then he was then home. He flew from Salt Lake
Yes.
to Florida on the 17th,
And she stayed in the hotel there.
and then he came back on the 23rd, and then they checked out of the
Yes.
hotel the next morning.
They checked out of the hotel the morning of the 24th.
Okay. And then after that, they went to Ogden, Utah, you said?
They went to Ogden, Utah,
August
which
25th.
was the town that
You're looking at it on the map, too.
had the butterfly where she was holding the pumpkin. That was
Right.
in Ogden, Utah. They were there the 25th to 26th. Also, a lady had said Gabby might be in Idaho on the 25th, and Chris mapped that out, and it's like, yeah, it would have fallen on this little path Chris has on the map.
And that brings us to
As they were on their way to Grand Teton in Wyoming.
That brings us to the weird email where I said that the guy had wrote me and said he worked at a laundromat in Ogden. And I'll read that for you guys. So listen to this. This is really weird. So I got an email. I'm not going to put his name out there, but right where we're looking at on the map is Ogden. This is north of Salt Lake. So this is
Right.
after Brian flew back, and then they're supposedly together now, and they're heading towards the Tetons. So supposedly Brian and Gabby stopped at a laundromat, and a witness report that I received in my email says, I worked at a laundromat in Ogden, Utah. Gabby and her fiance were here on the 25th between 4 and 7 p.m. They said, just so you are aware, I have contacted the authorities. They already know everything I know, but I appreciate you reaching out to me, because he had emailed me and then I emailed him back. He said, after the fact, I realized there's not much I can do to help, but I saw the images of the tattoo of the ghost skateboarder on her knuckle, and it reminded me of the conversation that we had when they came in. She corrected me when I asked her if it was a Pac-Man ghost. She said, no, it's too tall to be a Pac-Man ghost. He said, I asked them about the book they had. Sorry, I'm looking over my mic. About the book they had with them, because I was making small talk as I swept the floor next to them. He said, they described the book to me, and I said to them, so you're into murder mysteries? And he put in captions. I actually said that to him, and when I did, they went completely silent, like, oh shit silent, suspicious. Be cool, trying to be cool type of feeling. Sorry, I gotta move my mic so I can see it. Then I said, if that's the case and you're into mysteries, how about you go on the hillside and look for the Jesse James petroglyphs? And then he said, we talked about Jesse James how supposedly faked his own death and a couple of other things to do in Ogden while they were around town. But one thing that was mentioned as a telling add-on to the murder mystery conversation we were having is that he knew of a rectangle of death up in Yellowstone Park where you can get away with murder. Now, the guys, this is a random email. I can't confirm what he's saying here, but this is what he's saying, and it's not it. That's not all. He said, after the fact of what has happened, that sends chills up and down my spine. That is why I feel that he knew what he was possibly going to do in that area. Gabby was very talkative when I first got there, but then they went out in the parking lot and she did not come back in for a while until they had to fold the clothes out of the dryer. I mean, it sounds realistic. But when she did come back and she was acting completely different and would only answer in yes or no short responses, as if she was told not to talk to me anymore. I don't know, but not bubbly and talkative anymore. A very distinct difference. Brian put off a vibe that will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up every time. There's a reason the hair on the back of your neck can stand up. This guy is a perfect example of that. He was giving a feeling of when a fight is about to happen. Very odd, very creepy. The van was dirty when they left here and said they were on their way to Yellowstone. I just feel bad because I didn't remember anything until I saw that little tattoo on the YouTube video that was doing coverage of one of the news stories. Very sad. I wish I could have known better. Such an uncomfortable memory. I hope they find him and everything gets brought out into the light. Feel free to get in touch with me, but that's about the gist of it. And what do you guys think of that? That's a crazy email, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it depends if it's legit or not. I mean, if that person is telling the truth, he or she.
I agree.
You know, if that person did witness them at the laundromat where this person worked. I mean, did they have cameras in this place?
Well, I showed Kathy this, Matt, and my next email back to him was in that kind of way, like, well, what laundromat are you talking about? And I
looked up the laundromat.
I was just peeking at him, like probing him just to see if he could answer questions like that, and he never emailed me back. So who knows? Maybe, but you never know. That's not to say
the time frame. He was in Ogden for all those days.
He might be scared that I'm asking him them questions and he don't want to reveal his job and stuff like that too. So that's not to say he's fake or anything like that. I mean, some of the things he said looking at it in a police investigative way, it seems like he's telling the truth, because he brought up things like they went out for this amount of time, came back in, folded their laundry at this amount of time. And usually a person lying, I don't feel like, would have those kind of details. It would be more to like the weird details. It wouldn't be as descriptive. But
I didn't worry too much about this guy, only because what he's saying falls into the timeline anyway. So it's like, whether he's making it up or whether it's factual, it still fits in the timeline.
And he could be watching right now. So shout out to you, bud. If you're in the chat, say what's up, and we'll all join in on this.
Hang on a second. I want to talk to Sean about this. He's saying that he heard today that Brian was into witchcraft and devil worshiping, and he heard it from one of the guys doing lives outside of his house. There's a guy out in front of his house, Jonathan Ritchie, that has sued more people than anyone else in America, and he's doing this all for publicity. And if you do some research on him, he's pretty far out there. So if he's the one that said it, I have seen videos that show all of Brian's books on the bookshelf. I've seen his bedroom with all of his books, and his design website on Instagram and his Pinterest have all of his artwork. And it's like, he's absolutely not into witchcraft and devil worshiping by anything that I've seen. And I know there's people out there that'll say, oh, if you listen to Ozzy Osbourne and read Stephen King, you're a devil worshiper. But whoever may or may not have said that doesn't have a clue what witchcraft and devil worshippers collect.
But like, I'm into like ancient knowledge and ancient secrets and stuff like that, and I've read into like devil worship just to try to learn. Not, geez, I shouldn't have said that. Devil worship,
right?
Not devil worship.
I've researched that too.
I meant witchcraft, not devil worship. I'm not into devil worship. I would never go near nothing that has to do with demons or anything like that. I'm into the paranormal activity type of stuff. I meant like witchcraft and ancient knowledge and stuff like that. I'm into a lot of that stuff. I read a lot of that. So relating it to devil worship is a big step. So I don't think people a lot of times realize that. Just like when people say occult, oh, you're into the occult. And a lot of people look at that like devil worship. That's not what occult means. Occult means hidden knowledge, ancient knowledge.
I think Wicca's devil worshiping, and it's not.
Right.
I mean, different people have different opinions on what that is, but it's like I have seen no evidence of any visual stuff I've seen of Brian's that says he was in devil worshiping. I mean,
He
his
was in the
tattoos, his
Beetlejuice.
artwork, exactly. And someone had just put in the chat, that he had a ghost tattoo, and it's like that's not devil worshiping either.
Right. He was in the Beetlejuice, which Beetlejuice has a lot to do with the afterlife and stuff like that. If you ever watched Beetlejuice
Yeah,
or read
his art
stories.
does border on the dark side, I will say that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's
No.
into witchcraft. I mean, his art and books were a little creepy and dark, but I
most
think,
artists are.
personality, right?
Most
right.
artists are, and especially creative drawing people and stuff like that. They a lot of artists are into that kind of
Sean,
art.
no, I didn't see. Are you saying the white guy, radio guy? I don't know who that is.
So yeah, just to show you a picture of it, this is a picture of what we were talking about, Matt, and some of the details. That's the Fairfield Inn and Suites that they were at,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the Marriott, which is connected to the airport in Salt Lake. And
Okay.
there's the more details on it. And yeah, August 21st, Gabby's dad ordered her pizza to the hotel, which is see, when you talk about weird things about the case, that's another weird thing, because I feel like if that was my daughter and things were as stressful as they were, I don't know, I just feel like I would have picked up on something wrong. But it could be, like we've discussed, maybe she did tell him that they were splitting up, and maybe that's why Brian flew back, like Kathy has speculated, that was a breakup. But for some reason, I push against that. I don't know why. I push against the theory that he flew back because of a breakup. I just don't know why I don't think that. I mean, I back the theory of it, but I don't know why. Like, sometimes I thought about maybe, what if the whole flying back thing and the hotel was like they were having problems, and they made up that they were arguing to their parents so they would pay for a hotel for them for a night, because they wanted to stay in a hotel instead of staying in the van. But I don't know. Brian flying back just
Well,
rocks my
but if
melon.
she stayed at the hotel from the 17th to the 24th, that's 7 days.
Right. That's a long time.
That's a whole week, and that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, especially
Depending on how much they
airport.
were, especially by the airport. I mean, it probably, whatever, could be $150 a night for all you know.
Yeah,
Well, she
or
had
more.
a grand in the bank that he could take out with the debit card, because that's what he got indicted for. So they weren't out there poor traveling around. Like I said, they went to hotels. Their videos, they're eating like gourmet food on this camping trips. She's cooking up all this stuff. So everyone makes it seem like they were, these poor kids out camping with no money. And it's like they had saved for this trip a long time. They were loaded. Most people when they go camping are flipping hot dogs and, bags of chips and stuff like that on the grill. And it's like she was making these. There's tons of videos of like all these different meals she made. They were like gourmet little meals at the campgrounds, because they had their little hot plate in the camper.
Has anybody wondered why Gabby decided to post Happy Halloween on August 25th? Doesn't that seem a little odd?
Yeah.
I never thought about that till right now.
Hang on a second. Sean, I'm going to give you my link, but if you're sending me something about the devil worship and the witchcraft, I don't even want to open it. Because it's like, I don't care what somebody standing on the street said that he did. That's just their opinion. And it's like, I have seen no evidence that shows that he is a devil worshiper.
Sean is a good source, though, Kathy. He has been communicating with me, but I agree. Yeah, we don't want to pull up nothing too dark.
Well, he can say he has proof on his Instagram, but the thing
he's saying.
Chris and I have been through every inch of Brian's Instagram and every other website and
Pinterest
that Brian has. So it's like, that guy's opinion might be that the stuff Brian had was witchcraft and devil worship, but that's not my opinion. And no one's going to change my opinion, because I know what witchcraft and devil worship people do.
What gets to me, it's the same theory as like Quentin Tarantino, for instance. people come
Oh,
at
people think that's
Quentin
bad. Yeah.
Tarantino and say his movies cause people to kill people. Come on, bro.
Oh,
It's
they
a
do the same
movie.
thing about Ozzy Osbourne, some
All right.
rap stars. I mean, I'm one of those people that's into the dark stuff, so it's like I don't like when people label, if you're running around with a Misfit T-shirt or an Ozzy Osbourne T-shirt, or you're into Kiss or AC/DC or Motley Crue, that they're going to label us all as devil worshippers, because it's like my house is full of that shit. And
Right.
I believe in God. I do not, go worship the devil or, do little spells with candles and seances or anything. But it's like somebody might come and look at my bookshelves and my CD case and, my DVDs that I watch and be like, holy shit, this chick's a serial killer. But it's like,
Right.
I'm not.
Anybody watching, because I seen we got some new viewers. Anybody watching, if you guys want to call in, feel free to call in. We're viewing the map of the Gabby Petito case, the most in-depth interactive map. You can get a free copy of it. It's online. We'll share it in the comments, and you can follow along with the map. We're talking it. We're not really diving into it, but we're talking it. And we're also looking at the Gabby Petito case presentation right now. Where we gathered all of their social media website posts across the internet into one portfolio so we could go through and look at it. So
Sean, I didn't
feel
get an
free to
email
call
from
in.
you yet.
So Kathy, have you look? I almost did it again because I started talking Gabby. So Kathy,
I'll play Gabby in the movie.
I never thought about this, but isn't it interesting that she decided to post Happy Halloween in August? I mean, I guess it's
Well,
close, but
this
it's
was
the end
my
of
this
August.
was
It
my
is the
take
end.
on that. They were very artistic people, and if you look at that picture, they happened upon this wonderful mural when they were in Ogden, and she happens to have on the same color skirt and shirt that matches colors that are in that picture. So being an artistic person, she'd be like, I need something orange. So because it was kind of hard to find anything orange, somebody in one of those little shops must have had one of those baby pumpkins, and she grabbed it and held it. So if you think of it from an artist's point of view, her shirt and her skirt and the pumpkin she was holding are the exact shades of the exact colors in that mural. So I think because she had the pumpkin in her hand, that's why she just wrote Happy Halloween. But I
I
think
mean,
that's why she specifically hunted out a pumpkin, because she wanted that picture. Because even that brown's the same shade as her skirt. It's like she was trying to make like a piece of artwork
so
in photo form.
Maybe
I
she's in the Halloween.
yeah, maybe she's in Halloween. And like Kathy
Uh,
said, the colors are pretty
yeah.
accurate. And what I was just speculating on was like, all right, so after the hotel, all we have is Mary Piglets that says Gabby was there. We have that other witness report at the Rustic Row. We have Bullwinkles, but Bullwinkles just saw Brian. So the last time really Gabby was seen was at Mary Piglets, according to witnesses. This is right before Mary Piglets. This is just north of Salt Lake. And I thought it was interesting maybe the fact that she posted a pumpkin that close to Halloween. And you can see the tattoos,
Hmm.
which is so sad. I
They
know
were
everybody
they were
watched the press conference about that
they
when
were
they all got the
due to
tattoos.
end their trip on Halloween. I mean, in Oregon. I mean, when they
See,
had
I
this all
heard
mapped
that.
out, they told their parents that they were ending the trip in Oregon on the 31st on Halloween. That was like, their game plan when they left. So she could have been taking this picture because she was going to post it later, but then she decided, oh, well, I'll just post it when I post all the other Ogden pictures.
Right. What's up,
Or
Motor
Brian
Vessel?
killed her and could have posted the shit. He could have had her passwords too.
Right. Well, or I was thinking another possibility is this is from last year, or this is from a different October, and these pictures are actually way older than we realize. What I was looking at, and I'm speculating, guys. That's why we're live tonight to speculate. So what I was looking at was this picture down here, and I was wondering like, is she wearing the same clothes? But you can't really tell. But it does
Wait,
look like she's
Paul
wearing a
just
jacket.
said Paul just said she was wearing that jumper when she was strangled.
Well,
Now
I
we
was
haven't
thinking
seen any
that.
photographs of her or the pieces of clothes, so I don't know.
It looked like
But
to
if she
me,
was, it's the same day.
she was wearing. Well, it wasn't the same day as this. This was before Mary Piglets. This was I'll tell you the date. This was August 25th. This was 2 days before Mary Piglets.
Okay, so
But in the photos of the chopper footage where you might be able to see her in, to me it looked like she was wearing a white sweatshirt or something up top, as far as I can remember. I didn't really want to look at the picture too much because I just don't even want to look at it. But as far as I can remember, she was wearing white up top, and that's an interesting point if we carry on just to look and see. And there's the rustic row incident, and that's a whole nother thing to dive into. But yeah, I mean, we can't really look to see because the last picture was those pictures. We can't find any other pictures. So I think she was wearing. But a good point is, wasn't it in the Bethune video that this hat was in the dash? Do you remember that? I might have the Bethune video on here. Yeah. Can I play this from here? Oh, I can. Look at that, guys. I'm just up to it all the time, just steady updating. Look, I put the Bethune video in the presentation. That's nuts. So, yeah. Oh, I can't fast forward, can I? Let me see. Wasn't her hat in the dash, Kathy? Oh, I can. Let's take a look. Oh, I'm probably not going to be able to get it close, though, on here. Kathy will know once she comes back. I think she walked away for a minute. I think it's right here. You can see it. Yeah.
Is
Yep.
there any way we can zoom in on it?
Yeah, see it right there, Matt? Can you see it?
I see something, yeah.
I can't zoom no more than that on here, I don't think. Hold on. Let me see. I could probably open it in a different video, though. But right there in the dash is the hat.
Yeah, I can see it, like, in the middle of the dashboard, you mean?
Yeah, right there. See it?
Yeah, I see it.
So, yeah. So, I mean, it does link back to, I'm pretty sure it's the same hat that is right there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're speculating, but it does look like the same hat. Kathy, so in the Bethune video, I don't know if we ever really talked about it. I actually added the Bethune video to the presentation so I can look at it whenever.
okay.
And look, see the hat? Have you seen the hat that was in the dash in the Bethune video? So it kind of lends a hand back to that she was wearing the hat. So she was seen wearing the hat in Ogden right here. See it?
Well, yeah, and I figure though, if you're on a camping trip in the summer out in that area, it's like she might have kept that hat on the dashboard and wore it a lot just to keep the sun off her face.
Right. And there's another picture where she's wearing the hat, but I'm not gonna dive deep back to look. But
420 pizza.
is that when it was? When she was wearing
I'm
the
just
hat
saying
again?
that just because I think 420 is hilarious.
I think it was 420 when she was wearing the hat, though.
Sean, Chris talked about the laundromat guy a few minutes ago. That's when he read the email from him.
Yeah, and what's up with the square of death? Anybody heard about that?
What's the square of death?
The guy said that in the email. He said
maybe it's a landmark.
He said, how about you go up to the hillside and look for the Jesse James petroglyphs? We talked about how Jesse James supposedly faked his own death and a couple of other things to go in to do in Ogden. Okay.
Oh, like tourist things that
while they were around town. But one thing that was mentioned as a telling add-on to the murder mystery conversation we were having is that if he knew of a rectangle of death up in Yellowstone Park where you can get away from murder. Anybody heard about that?
What you're talking about. Wait a minute.
That's something interesting.
There is a place. When I heard about it, it wasn't called the Rectangle of Death, but it had a name. I was talking with Rhonda about this a long time ago. There is a place, I want to say where two states meet, where it's under nobody's jurisdiction. It's somewhere in that area because me and Rhonda had in depth dug into this one day because she had saw it somewhere, so we went and looked it up. Um, I want to say it might be called the Triangle of Death. It's a certain section where, in Utah's part of it, where a bunch of this stuff verges together and it's no legal official's jurisdiction. So supposedly you can commit crimes there and not be prosecuted. The only thing about that, though, is when I started digging into it and researching it, it's like the place really does exist, but anything you do in the United States is still federal. So I would think that even if you committed a crime in that little strip of land, they'd still nail you federally. But yeah, this place the guy was talking about is a place there, and
So
people do talk about it.
I got a
You
website.
supposedly can murder someone and not get caught
I got a
or not be
website
prosecuted.
here that says there is a place in the US where murder
Zone
is
of
legal.
death. That's it. Yes.
No murder is not legal in a zone of death in Yellowstone National Park. If your time is short, we won't take the short route. If you believe social media users, there is one area of Yellowstone National Park that you should avoid at all costs when planning your summer vacation. There is a place in the US where murder is legal, a TikTok user claimed in a video, and as we know, Gabby and Brian use TikTok. In the video, a man claims that a zone of death exists in Yellowstone National Park. As he speaks, a map of Yellowstone and the state's borders within the park appears behind him. You see this little 50-mile strip of land in Idaho? He asks viewers.
Hang on, I'm sending you the picture.
This is where murder is legal, and here's why. In all criminal proceedings in the U.S., the jury has to live in both the state and the district in which a crime took place. In other words, if there's any crime that happens in this little strip of land, the jury in the trial has to be people that live in this little strip of land. The problem is that no one lives there, so the case would just get thrown out. So, has this TikTok user discovered a foolproof scheme to get away with murder? No. The TikTok video simply called a long-standing constitutional mystery back into the spotlight. Legally, things are a bit complicated in the 50 square mile region of Idaho that has been labeled the zone of death. Well, that's
I just
interesting.
sent you a picture of the exact zone on the map.
But they say Idaho. Notice that?
You'll see the border when it comes up. It's a little strip of land where these three states are.
Yellowstone is in Wyoming, correct?
Right. But pull up the map I just sent you and it shows the little strip.
All right.
It's where Wyoming and Idaho meet, and it's that little beige strip. You can pull it up on your screen. And the thing is it's debunked because it would be a federal issue if there weren't local cops, and you do not have to have a jury from your town. They can bring in a jury from anywhere. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it is technically debunked, but it's like this is all over the internet long before the Gabby Brian thing of this zone of death. I mean, it's just always been talked about.
So, it's pretty interesting that the guy who sent me the email decided to bring that up, right?
But people that live out that way would be more familiar with it. Like if I ever went on vacation out west, like if we were talking about doing a road trip, I'd be like, yeah, we're going to the zone of death. I got to see this place. Because I'm sure there's like little tourist trap stuff and, you know, little signs people nail up to the trees or carve in the trees or whatever. Because it's probably like cool to say I was here.
Right.
You know, kind of like the 0 mile marker down in the bottom of Key West, you know? So it's like, I would definitely stop there if I was cruising through that part of the country.
So, but does it lend credence to the fact that maybe Gabby and Brian were into murder mysteries and murder legends?
I would think anybody really with half a brain, though, would know that you don't have to have a jury that lives in that town, and you don't have to have a cop that lives in that town. It's like, if you're in a big state and you're out in the wilderness or whatever, it's like there's a sheriff that covers the whole county. And then
Right.
there's state police that cover the whole state, and then FBI covers the whole country. So it's like, just because there's not a local police department in that little zone of death there doesn't mean the red arrow, you guys, is pointing to that little beige strip. That's what the zone of death is. So yeah, it's like, I would think that Brian and Gabby were pretty young, so it's like they might have believed that, but I don't know.
Well, let's.
And we would have to map it and find out that sighting of them in Idaho, how
Yeah,
far away that was from the
it
zone
looks
of death.
north. It looks north. From what I can see on the
Would it
map.
have been on their path if they had continued to travel?
Hold on a second. I lost the picture for a second.
I don't think he was planning on murdering her.
So-
I think it was a fight and it was an accidental killing.
So it looks.
Rage or anger.
No. I mean, you can't really tell by this map right here because it's so just thrown together in a way. It's hard to tell, but we would have to map it out. But let's they have more information about it, and we're just taking a deep dive, so let's see what else they have to say. A scenario laid out in The Perfect Crime. In 2005, Brian Kalt, a Michigan State University law professor, published a paper titled The Perfect Crime, in which he explored the idea that there is a 50 square mile swath of Idaho in which one might be able to commit felonies with impunity. He dubbed it the Zone of Death. Kalt argued that this peculiarity existed because of the intersection of a poorly drafted statute with a clear but neglected constitutional provision, the Sixth Amendment's vicinage clause. The Sixth Amendment says, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, but an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. While this requirement is typically not an issue, Yellowstone National Park presents a unique challenge. The park is primarily in Wyoming, but it spreads into Idaho and Montana. In terms of federal judicial districts, Congress assigned the entire park to the District of Wyoming. So, what would happen if, hypothetically, someone were to commit a felony or a Class A misdemeanor in Idaho's small strip of Yellowstone National Park, where the federal government has jurisdiction? Kalt noted that his analysis doesn't apply to lesser crimes, where the accused isn't guaranteed a jury trial. So basically, yeah. So, all right, so we had proof enough anyway. I got into my little reading session. We have proof enough anyway that there is this zone.
Right.
But
I'm gonna go give you an example. Okay. There is for sure the zone, and people from out there know about it. And this university study guy is saying technically there's this legal loophole. So it's like that might be all true and well. But if we go on a road trip and we go to that zone, and on video I blow your head off in the zone and I can prove I'm in the zone, there's going to be another prosecutor that's going to find a legal loophole to prosecute me,
right,
no matter what they say.
Right, it's just like back in the day when they did bootlegging and when the mafia and stuff like that. That's why they invented the FBI, because the mafia was doing things across state lines, like
right, they were traveling booze. We still have dry counties here.
Not Whitey Bulger, but the other guy. Johnny Depp played him in a movie. He was real famous for it. But what he would do is he'd rob a bank in one state, and then he'd drive out of that state and go to a different state. And there was no FBI back then. See, the FBI can go state to state and catch criminals and prosecute them and arrest them.
Right, you used to have to just make it across the state line.
Right, and that's why the FBI came out. And there was that whole Osage Indian thing that went on where, yeah, that's why the FBI came out. So regardless, even if this zone of death existed, you would still get caught by the FBI. That's why the FBI right now is after Brian, because he was crossing state lines. That's why they got pulled in.
One thing I can say about the zone of death is it's out in the middle of nowhere, And if you take the police and the courts and the loophole and everything out of the whole picture, if we were on a road trip, I could probably kill you there and leave you there and never get caught. Not because it's legal to do it, but because it's like you're in such a remote area.
Right.
As long as you make sure, you're not leaving DNA and being all stupid and sloppy and keeping your gun that I killed you with or whatever, you could literally leave someone out there. The animals are going to eat them and tear them up before anyone finds them. I mean, you probably couldn't do that to a person you were on a road trip with, but you could do it to a backpacker that happened by, and it's just so barren and out in the middle of nowhere, you probably could get away with it.
Right.
But also, the national park is federal land.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so
if,
true that. Go ahead, Matt.
I mean, if
Sorry.
something did happen there,
But the
in that
zone is
triangle
not
of
part
death,
of the park.
okay. Well, if it's not part of the park, then it's not part of the park. But if it was,
Well, if
then
I'm looking at
it
this
would be
map
federal land.
correctly, Yellowstone is completely over on the right. Now they've got this beige line for the zone of death, and it's in Idaho.
Mhm.
So, and they don't have the green part there because it's beige. So it's like it could be part of Yellowstone, which would be federal national, or it could just be a section of Idaho that's not included in Yellowstone. So yeah, that I don't know. I'd have to look into more.
I have a another map picture here. I'll show you. But this one's just on Google Images. But can I zoom in on that? Yeah. So it's like I was saying, it looks like it's north. Like up by where Bullwinkle's is. Like, see, this is the Grand Tetons. Let me see. I look at our map.
Well, they did travel into Idaho that one time, so I'm curious
Yeah,
now
but
to know where in Idaho they were.
that looks south of this location. But we do have the witness report at Bullwinkle. I think it's near
It
Bullwinkle.
does look
but
like
let's
it's
look.
in a national forest there, so like Matt said, it's still going to be under federal territory. You do
So-
anything in a national forest or national park, the feds are on you.
Mhm.
Everyone
So-
makes fun of park rangers and stuff, but it's like their first place they call is the feds, and it's like you cannot get away. If you even try to take a rock or a cactus out of a national forest or a national park, they'll nail you.
So right here we have, what's this route? Route 20, which runs into Bullwinkles, and then this is the west gate of Yellowstone. So let's see, let's go back to that picture and see if we see Route 20. Route 20. This is Route 20. Here's Driggs. And Grand Teton. Driggs. I seen Driggs. Yeah, Kathy, you're right. I think you're right. This
Were they
is
by the zone of death?
This is near the rustic. Look, see Driggs right here? See that?
Yep.
Now watch. Because I remember quoting Driggs to you when we were talking about it. So look, if we go down, guys.
Now, rustic is where the guy saw the couple in the store.
So
And that
right
was
here is,
also the same day they were at Victor Emporium in Grand Teton.
oh my God,
So
it's
they
crazy.
were right by the zone of death.
Oh my
Maybe
God,
they
yes.
just went there sightseeing because the guy in Ogden told them to go there. And that could be the whole reason they were in
Alright.
Idaho for a brief little bit before they went back the other way because someone told them to go look at it, which would be
Alright.
your laundromat guy.
So look, here's the rustic row where a witness said that he talked to Gabby and Brian as they were passing through trying to get into Yellowstone. And here's the area of Driggs. That says Driggs right there, guys. I'll zoom in so you can see it a little better. Driggs. Right there. And like I just said, here is where Gabby and Brian were. Witnesses said they were. Now, if we look at the other map, remember where Driggs is. It's right here. Okay? We look at the other map. Here's Driggs. Here's the zone of death. And like I said, it carries up. So another witness on Route 20 going into Yellowstone, there's an entrance right here. It's not on this map for some reason. But there's an entrance that goes into Yellowstone. So Big Springs. Let me look for Big Springs. See if it comes up
Are
here.
you talking about Jessica Schultz on the 26th and 27th, or are you before that?
What is it, Kathy?
Are you talking about Jessica Schultz spotting them on the 26th and 27th, or are you on a date above that?
I was talking about the Rustic Row.
Okay, Rustic Row was the 25th or the 26th. They're not sure, but on the 25th, someone said the van was allegedly parked at Spread Creek till 8:31, which
Right.
doesn't really fit with the rest of this. But also on 8:25 at 5:20 p.m., they were possibly spotted at Jenny Lake, Alta, Wyoming, parked by Russell and Shannon Baker.
Okay. So yeah, this is Route 20. It comes up north, and then here's where the witness report was at Bullwinkle's, where the guy supposedly saw Brian by himself at the bar, and he was drinking, and he was all pissed off, and he said a bunch of things about Republicans and country hicks and stuff like that. He said something like that, and so the zone of death runs right here, guys. So they definitely crossed over the zone of death, yes, from what I'm seeing on this map.
Interesting. I would say, yeah, as a tourist attraction, I would definitely say if they were headed that way anyways, I'd make a little detour, even if it was an hour. Even if it was
They,
100 miles, I'd be like, I want to drive through there just to see it.
bro, look, this
Take my
is
picture there.
Spread Creek, like right here. Let me see. Hold on.
They didn't take any pictures there, though. You would think
So
they'd have
look,
posted a picture and said they were at the zone of death.
here's Driggs, and here's Spread Creek. Where this yellow X is, this is where Gabby's body was found. So basically, right to the east, over the Teton Park right here, right to the east, exactly to the east of Driggs, pretty much, is where Gabby was found and discovered up in this area.
How many miles was she discovered from the zone of death?
All right, we'll just do an approximate. But if you go straight across, it's like a straight shot. So like 29 miles.
If
30
it's only
miles.
29 miles away, he might not have known how to read a map real well and may have thought they were already there.
Like 39
But I
miles.
really don't think he killed
I
her
mean,
on
sorry,
purpose. I
30
think it
miles.
was a rage fit.
Right. But this is interesting. We never looked into this. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, like the Spread Creek area is like right here. Or no, like right here. Like this, like Route 26. This map's kind of weird. But Spread Creek is like right there. Right in this area. And look, there's the zone of death. So, I don't know. That's a crazy way to look at it. I mean, if he
That
did
is
talk
very
to...
weird. Yeah.
If he did talk to this guy at the laundromat and the guy did... It does line up... It backs up the laundromat guy's story. Kinda. And then on top of it, when they got to the Victor store, the witness said that they were lost. That's what he said. He said Gabby and Brian talked to the owner at the Victor store. Said Gabby and Brian said they were lost. They didn't know how to get in Yellowstone, which I find hard to believe. I mean, Yellowstone is gigantic. There had to be signs everywhere. But according to the Victor store owner, they stopped because they were trying to figure out how to get into Yellowstone, which is kind of weird. And the store owner said,
Matt on
"Go,
Bullwinkles.
huh?"
Matt's in the chat. He doesn't know about Bullwinkles. Just give him the brief rundown on Bullwinkles.
I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
So
I was just typing in the chat. That's all.
So what it is all right. I'll show you. I'll give you a brief on
Now,
that.
is this like a bar? Bullwinkles?
Yeah, it's called Bullwinkle Saloon.
Okay.
And so there's two possible theories when it comes to the way they went into Yellowstone. Okay, most people believe that they left Ogden and they went north. I thought it was closer than that. So here's Ogden. They went north. So imagine we're driving along. We come up. And this is Mary Piglet's right here, this red dot.
Okay.
So they got around Mary Piglet's area. And then this is all Yellowstone up here.
Right.
So the main road that you go down when you leave Mary Piglet's pretty much takes you straight to the main entrance. So Yellowstone has entrance gates, and they're open 24 hours.
Okay.
So the main road basically comes out of Mary Piglet's, leads you pretty much right to the main entrance gate of Yellowstone. And I'm not sure if I guess this is the main gate. And then Yellowstone also has different entrances called like
Oh yeah, it's
Westgate,
huge.
Westgate, and stuff like that. So on the 25th and 26th, and this is before Mary Piglets, a witness reported that Gabby and Brian stopped at his store called the Rustic Row, which is right here on
Matt,
the
are you on your
25th.
computer?
On the, did
If
he
you're
hear?
on your computer, Matt, you can pull this map up and like follow
I'm
along
looking
with
at the
what's in
map
there.
right now. I'm looking at the
Yeah.
well, what he's showing me here.
Right, but if you pull it up in another window, you can zoom in at stuff and like see stuff up close a lot clearer.
Yeah,
So,
well, no, I understand what he's talking about, though.
Okay.
So the weird thing is, all right, we all know that multiple witnesses said they were at the Mary Piglets, but the Mary Piglets was on August 27th, and that was the same day as the Bethune video that saw the van up by Spread Creek. But on August 25th and August 26th, we got another witness report from a guy at the Rustic Row, which is in Idaho, because the Idaho and Wyoming border is like right here. I believe it's this line.
Right.
So in order for them to go to the Rustic Row, they had to cross into Idaho. And the store owner at the Rustic Row said that they stopped in there and asked about directions into Yellowstone, which is up here. But why would they go this way? You know there had to be signs everywhere as they came up near the Mary Piglets to just keep going straight and you're going to run smack dab into Yellowstone. It's gigantic. But according to this witness, they went this way, which would lead them up towards the zone of death area we're talking about. Now, the witness at the Rustic Row said they were looking for directions. They were all happy. They bragged about how they were getting married, and they asked about directions. Well, the owner of the store said he told them about the West Gate. So the West Gate is not this entrance in, which there's a main gate like right up here. The West Gate is, let me zoom out. So if they left the Rustic Row right here, they would have had to go like this, like come up here to Route 20. Route 20 goes up here, and then take this turn, and then this is the West Gate. This is the west entrance into Yellowstone, coming like out of Idaho. Instead of going from the entrance in Wyoming straight in, they would have had to take this weird path. So
Rustic Row is in Idaho.
Right, is in Idaho. So Bullwinkle sits right at, like, there's a little town right outside the west gate of Yellowstone right here. And there's a little bar in the little town, and it's called Bullwinkle Saloon. And a witness at the Bullwinkle Saloon on August 26th, which lines up with what the Rustic Row person said, because they said they saw Gabby and Brian the 25th or the 26th. So we got a second witness at this Bullwinkle Saloon who said he saw Brian sitting at the bar and he looked scary. And this witness name was Manny's. And Manny's was having a conversation with his friend at the bar, and he said Brian jumped into their conversation and called them country bumpkins and you're all Republicans and idiots, and like cussed them out kind of in a way. And I don't have the time wrote up here, but it was like around nighttime, so that was August 26th. So the Rustic Row was 25th, 26th, and Bullwinkle's was 26th is when this witness said. Now, like I said, Mary Piglets wasn't reported until August 27th, which would be all the way back down here, pretty much by the Rustic again. So this is a weird story. So either you don't want to believe the Rustic guy, and you don't want to believe the Bullwinkle guy, and you want to say they left the Mary Piglets on the 27th and went straight up into Yellowstone and parked at the Spread Creek. Or if you go with another theory, on the 25th, they went to the Rustic, then they went all the way north up like this. Something happened where Brian ended up alone, or Gabby was sitting in the van in the parking lot or something on the 25th, 26th. Then for some reason, they went back down towards Spread Creek. They backtracked. And then on the 27th, witnesses saw him at Mary Piglets again. So they would have did a circle.
Right.
So there's two theories there. They either went and did that north trip and came back down, or they never did this north trip, and those witnesses didn't really see them.
Well, if you're camping like that, it's like everyone thinks of camping is like at night around the campfire, but they have like 16 hours during the day to fill. So it's like for them to go on a bunch of these little side trips and, like you said, loop around or do whatever, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me, because I wouldn't want to like go from one campground to the next campground and just pitch my tent and make food and, make s'mores. It's like you want to like go do stuff.
Right. I agree. And an interesting point to bring up here, and I brought it up in the other live stream when we were talking about this, is so here's the possible points again from the Dirt website. And one of the possible points that they had marked was a place called Targhee Creek, which would put them in line with, if they went to the Rustic, they would hit this Targhee Creek, and that would put them right next to Bullwinkles. So it kind of lines up. And then they had another site up here in Yellowstone. And then they had another site down here going back towards the Mary Piglets. And then they had Spread Creek. And they had one down here by Jackson. So if you really wanted to speculate, you could say these green markers are showing you everywhere they went. But there's been no witness reports that have come out of Targhee or come out of 4R1 Backcountry or Grassy Lake Road campsite. So that's when me and Kathy talk about this. I kind of speculated a storyline like they did go to the Rustic and then they went to Targhee, this spot. And then they got in an argument. Gabby peeled off, left Brian there. Drove back down by Jackson. Brian was up here getting drunk on the night of the 25th and the 26th. That's when he was seen at the bar, or the 26th. Then he walked or whatever he did. He hitchhiked through the campgrounds looking for her. And me and Kathy made up the decision that they met back up and made up, which could have been.
I think they broke up and made up several times during this trip based on witness statements of how they were acting.
Right, which could have been at this site, say up here. So say Gabby and them got an argument at Targhee. He went to Bullwinkles the 26th. Then she drove to Backcountry campsite and parked there. Then they made up. Then for some reason they drove back down here to Mary Piglets on the 27th. But see, I had speculated that in a way they didn't make up. And Gabby drove back down here. And then Brian found her on the 27th.
Yeah,
and that's when the big argument broke out.
That she was using the Wi-Fi deck and showers at the Sigma Mountain campground using her phone, but they saw Brian pulling into that campground at 10 a.m. on the 27th. So it's like, I think the night before the 27th, they were split up.
What was it called?
He came and got her.
What was it called, Kathy? The spot where they saw Brian?
Sigma Mountain Campground.
How you spell it?
Signal Mountain Campground. I think you already had that on the map because we went through all this.
I don't think so. I never marked it.
On the 27th, Betts Pie.
All right, I got it. I'm zooming back out just to see where it is. So, and that was on the 27th you had?
Yep, same day as Mary Piglets. 10 a.m. Brian pulled into the campground, and in the evening, Gabby was over on the deck store shower area.
I mean,
so
it
then
kind
they must have went to Mary Piglets after that, but he was pulling in the campground at 10 a.m., which means the night before they might have had a fight, split up, and then he was coming back to make up with her.
All right, so we could say that's the makeup spot then, yeah.
Yeah, because then they go to Mary Piglets the same day, and they're still fighting. That's
Well, but here's the question: how did he get from where he was to where she was?
Well, he was driving the van when he came where she was. I think a lot of times they
Well,
just
but
left each other.
what was she driving?
He could have just abandoned her there.
We know that he was an avid
He did some hitchhiking,
camper.
but he would take the van and leave her
But
at
let's
campsites.
measure from Bullwinkle's to this spot, and it comes out to what?
Like when he went to
That's a
Bullwinkle's to get
long
drunk,
way,
he could have
bro.
just left her at a campsite.
That's like
You know, like, hey,
55
I'm going to get
miles.
a pack of cigarettes and a six-pack, but he leaves for 6 hours and they have a fight.
So I would further to believe that she left him at Bullwinkle's and then she went to this one, backcountry campsite, and then they made up. And then they drove back down to the Tetons, probably to visit the Tetons, and then that's when they were seen pulling into this campground. And that was the early morning of the 27th, you said. And then that early morning, they drove south to get breakfast, say, at Mary Piglet's. And then that's when the argument broke out. And like I said, I speculated that she left Brian there because Brian kept going in like 5-6 times, the witnesses said. So it sounds like as though he was pissed that his ride left him. And she peeled off and she went back up kind of close to that same campsite, but pulled off into Sprague Creek. Maybe she didn't want him to find him. And then I had speculated that he was in the woods just traveling along. But I think he could see the dirt markers to know where she might be. So he probably then went up to this one thinking she went here, Grassy Lake Road. Didn't see her. See, but there's that time between the 27th and the 29th. That's where my story gets confused a bit. Because there's all that time between the 27th and 29th where if it's like I'm saying, then he was out in the wilderness for a day and a half, about.
Well,
Something like that.
27th, her mom got the strange text about Stan. That was the Mary Piglets Day, the red, white, and butane van video day. The 29th, you've got him at Coulter Bay Village.
Right. And Coulter
29th,
Bay.
he also did all that hitchhiking.
See, I think he went up. I think when he was searching for her, he went up to this one first, which was Grassy Lake. And then Coulter Bay is right here. This is the first witness spotted where he was picked up hitchhiking. So I think he went here looking for her, which is just north of there. And he didn't see her, and that's when he walked back down here. And then he got to the Coulter Bay.
Hitchhiking on the 29th, I think she was already dead.
I mean, that's possible, yes. I agree. That is possible. But
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
what they're speculating.
Right.
That she was killed on the 27th.
Well, we're thinking maybe a little after that.
I think on the 29th. Because I want to believe...
But wait, hold on.
On the 27th,
When
she sent a Snapchat to a friend saying she was headed to Yellowstone. So at the timestamp of that thing on the 27th, and Mary Piglets and the van well, we don't know if she was alive during the van video. But the mom got the message from Stan on the 27th. I've always thought that she got killed in the evening of the 27th. But Chris's theory is that it was the hitchhiking day. We've got a missing day in there, the 28th, where we have absolutely no data.
Okay.
Until the 29th when he's hitchhiking. So
Right.
the 28th is an empty day we can find nothing on.
Okay. But here's the thing. He supposedly went back to Florida. He arrived in Florida on the 1st. Is that correct? Of September?
He was home by the 1st. Yes, that dude hauled ass in his car and got home quick from the last time he was sighted.
I speculated that he was in a panic, and that's why I think he wouldn't plan, let me go hitchhiking so I can plan this whole little story out that witnesses will see me hitchhiking. That's why I don't want to believe that. But go ahead, Matt.
But that's a long drive from
the 30th
Wyoming to Florida. Okay.
From the 30th to the 1st, he was using her van and her bank cards. That's per the warrant. So he was like, if he was hitchhiking on the 29th and then got her van after the hitchhiking, whatever, he hauled ass between the 30th to the 1st and got home. Himself driving that van.
Well, that means he would have hadn't been driving a long time without sleep.
Well, he was seen and spotted at toll booth cameras and where he used credit cards. The FBI have him tracked and know what he did coming home.
So do you want to see for research purposes, do you want to see how long it would take to drive from here to home to where he went? Let's look.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Just to see. I mean, because you figure you got to stop for gas, you got to stop to go to the bathroom,
Well,
whatever.
I drove a couple weeks ago. It was supposed to be an 18-hour trip if you drove straight through to Texas from my house, and it's like it took me like 24 hours, but I did stop to go to the bathroom and stuff. I just never stopped to sleep. So it's like it is possible to do if you're hauling ass. And I wasn't even going that fast. I just didn't stop long at my little breaks. I just got gas, ran in, peed, grabbed something to eat, and got back in the car every time I stopped.
Right.
So for some reason, when I have it pulled up online like this, I can't add directions unless I already had them added. I'm trying. Hold on. Usually it says directions from here, directions to here. Oh, shit. I don't think I can. Let me see. Let's do this. Google Maps. So what was it? Sprague Creek to... What's the address, Kathy? Do you know? To his parents' house?
Wabasso Street in Northport, Florida. I got the exact address somewhere, but it's not on my little sheet right here in front of me. But it's Wabasso in Northport, Florida.
Wabasso.
Wabasso is, I think, what it is. I mean, I can pull up real quick their
Wabasso, Florida.
background report. No, it's Northport,
No,
Florida.
he's in Northport, so it'd be Wabasso Avenue.
Right here, I gotcha. So
Hang
it
on, I'll
comes.
have the exact address in a second. I'm pulling up his background report. 4343 Wabasso Avenue, Wabasso, Northport, Florida 34287.
So it comes out to 35 hours, according to Google Maps. 35, 36 hours. And a plane flight would have took 8 hours. And right here it says the price from $308. $308.
Okay, but you're
not even
talking,
Salt Lake.
you know, I-70 east to I-75 south. That it's 2,400 miles. I mean, that's a lot.
There's
a lot.
31
That's
days
more
in
from-
August, though, so that means
I'm going from my house to Tucson, Arizona, which is like 1,800 miles.
right, but he had the 30th, 31st, and the 1st, so there's 3 days overlapping there that he had to travel. Plus, he could have left the 29th late at night after the hitchhiking crap.
Well, that's true.
So
He
you're
got
probably
dropped
going to
back
drive.
off by one of the hitchhiking people at the entrance to the campground where her body was found. So that's where he went back to pick up the van.
I can't see you driving more than 14 hours with no sleep. You're going to fall
I
asleep.
drove 24 hours just a couple weeks ago. It about killed me, but it's like I drove to my daughter's, and then 4 or 5 days later, I drove back home, and I just drove straight through. On the way there, I stopped in a hotel, but on the way back, I just drove it. It was supposed to be an 18-hour drive. It took me 24 because I had stops in there.
I mean, he could definitely do it. And then he's got the van he can just pull over and sleep in. He could definitely
Right.
do
I'm
it.
not saying that it's not impossible. It's just that, you know.
Now, my brother and I went, if you see Michigan up there, the one that looks like the mitt, we drove from there down to the Nevada-Arizona border in one straight shot. It took us about a day and a half when my mom died.
Mhm.
They live like where Arizona, Colorado, and Nevada. I think those 3 points come together.
Mhm.
So it's like that's pretty far if you draw the line from Michigan to there. It's almost
So-
as bad as that trip Brian made. So it's like, yeah, if he had like a 2.5, 3 day trip, because they said he was using those credit cards on the 30th and between the 30th and the 1st. So that gave him plenty of time, even if he stopped for 4-hour naps.
Now,
Go
did
ahead.
anybody witness him at all on his ride home
No.
from?
The police have like toll road cameras and stuff, so they
Okay,
kinda know his travel
that's
pattern.
fine. But I
No,
was just
I-
wondering if anybody had seen him or ran into him, like when he had
Nothing's been
stopped.
reported.
I
to, like,
seen-
gas or
Nothing I've
something,
seen.
or
And then the toll report that I saw was all they saw was the van crossing into Florida, or like around one of the bridges in Florida is when they figured out he was there September 1st. That's what I read.
All right,
I
I
don't
yeah,
thought
even.
there was
because
another one that nailed him in Illinois. Does that path cross Illinois?
no.
Nope.
All right, so that
Or
was probably a false sighting
Well,
after.
yeah, but there's no tolls down in this area here in Illinois.
Okay.
Only up by where I live, there's tolls.
yeah.
There is
So
down in the Iowa part, because I drove through them when I was heading that 80-90 that you hit up there under Chicago.
Mhm.
yeah.
That was a toll road.
Right.
So to say, all right. So we had what? All right. So the 27th. If she did die on the 27th, then he had more days to or no, because yeah, the hitchhiking was on the 29th. So yeah, we got the 29th, and that was at late at night on the
The
29th.
hitchhiking was
So
5:30 and 6:30.
yeah, so
So
it's
if he
nighttime.
got the van at 7 o'clock at night on the 29th and didn't get home till the 1st, that gave him way more than enough time to make that trip. He's a young guy.
Right,
Well, true.
but
I mean, I'm 57 and I made that trip I made. Now, his is longer than mine was, but it's like, look how old I am. It's like at his age, I could have driven cross country in a day.
so would you say though that he was driving in a panic type set, or would you say all right, he had enough time to drive this amount of time and not even be panicked?
I think
Is
he
the
was
question.
panicked because when he was hitchhiking, the second lady described him the panic he was in when she was
See,
going to
I
take him
see
back to the
that.
one place.
I
So he
see
may
that
have
as
calmed
anger.
down as he was driving, like when as he was going, but it's like his anxiety level and heartbeat had to be going like crazy. That's like, I'm going home, I have her van alone. What am I gonna, my excuse, my story?
Right.
He was in such a panic that he wasn't thinking about I'm using her credit
It
cards and I'm
all
gonna get caught. He wasn't thinking right. He was in a panic.
it all fits a panic, rage, murder, in my opinion, because a person who was thinking methodical would have hid the body. The body wasn't hidden like that, it was left in the wide open. A person who was thinking methodical would not drive her van back, especially when he just took a plane back. He would have called his dad and made up something. Oh my God, I broke my leg. Something. He would have made up something to fly back. Also, that is a good point to think about, though. So this leads more credence that Brian did kill Gabby, because also when you think about it like that, so there's two sides to that. So why didn't he call his parents and say, "I need to get home right now"? Because almost looks like he didn't know what to tell them. So
Well,
okay, it
just the
does.
fact that he didn't bury her real deep where nobody would find her is
Right.
enough of a panic. And he
So
wasn't thinking very clear when he's like, I'm going to take her van home and tell him, oh, we broke up and I don't know where she is. It's like he just wasn't thinking clearly.
right.
He
So
accidentally killed her and went into a panic.
so the whole I just can't get past that he went hitchhiking as an alibi. I can't swallow that down because I can't see him being that methodical about it unless there's another side to this, that when the van was seen on the 27th, she was still alive. They were together and they were camping at Spread Creek. And all the way up till the 29th, everything was okay. And something went wrong around the 28th, 29th.
All right, let me read you the hitchhiker accounts and then find them on your map and take a look at this so we can kind of get his frame of
I
mind.
I got the presentation up here too. I can
All
show.
right, because Miranda Baker and her boyfriend picked up Laundrie about 5:30 north of the crime scene at the Culture-Based Showers in Moran, Wyoming. They dropped him off in the southbound parking lot of Jackson Lake Dam in Moran, Wyoming. They dropped him off about 6 p.m. Then Norma Jean Jolivek, after she was leaving a Catholic mass service at the Chapel of the Sacred Grand Heart, Grand Teton National Park, picks up Laundrie at between 6:30 and 6:40, right past the dam near Pacific Creek Landing, and she dropped him off at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area, which is where Gabby was found dead. So he was hitchhiking and was making his way back to get that van to drive home. I think he left at that point to head home. I think she was
So,
already dead.
so what did he hitchhike for?
He took after he killed her. If this theory's right, after he killed her in their accidental fight or whatever, I think he took off on foot, just freaked out. Maybe hitchhiked to somebody else that didn't say his name or whatever. It's like he took off, and
But
then
you
he
know
needed to
how
get back
far?
to get the van.
You know how far Coulter Bay is from the Spread Creek area?
How many miles?
It's a good bit. I'll show you though. Hold on.
Because if it's really far, he would have had to hitchhike from a third person, and that person just never came forward to say, hey, yeah, I picked up this guy and drove him wherever.
This is when I pulled up the trail map too. It's about 12 miles to Coulter Bay. So,
And she picked him up at Coulter Bay. And
yeah,
then the second person dropped him off at the campground where she was found dead. So he took off from Coulter Bay.
yeah, according to that theory, he would have had to have walked because there's no witnesses that saw him
Well,
from Coulter Bay.
She got him at the Coulter Bay showers, which means he killed her and then went and took probably showers and crap. Now, anybody that's camping,
But
you
he would
probably
have had
pick
to
up
walk
people all
12
the time.
miles. He
I
would
don't
have
think he walked. I think he thumbed it. And some other camper, maybe someone that was drunk or whatever, was like, yeah, I'll take you. Those people out there in those campgrounds are friendly.
No, but if he killed her and he had to take a shower, then he would have had to walk 12 miles. And if he thumbed it, then he's going to really look bad. You see what I'm saying?
So he would have had to walk it.
Yeah, which would have been 12
But
miles.
he
Now,
was
there is
only
a
22
trail.
years old, right?
Right.
I think a 22-year-old can walk 12 miles.
There is a
1
trail.
mile is only 4 times around the high school football field track.
Right.
12 miles for a kid that age, it would have took him a long time to walk there. But he could have done it.
Right. See, I don't know. I agree that's a possibility.
Maybe he didn't go to Coulter Bay Showers to take a shower. That's just the area of that campground she picked him up at.
Now, one of the witnesses also did say he told them that he was hiking around Snake River. That's what the girl Morgan, I believe, said. That they asked him, what were you doing out here? And he said, I've been hiking up and down the Snake River and I've seen moose and all that.
You talking about Miranda Baker?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of people don't know this, but the Snake River is right here. This is Snake River. Okay, and just to put it in scale with the case, Snake River's right there, and then this is where Gabby's remains were found. This is Spread Creek, and this is Jackson Lake Dam, one of the spots he got dropped off at while hitchhiking. And then this is where he got picked up the second hitchhike ride, and then he got dropped off at the entrance of Spread Creek right here. The first spot he got picked up at, which was the Coulter Bay Showers, was here, which was north of the Snake area. So, I don't know, just to put that in relevance. I don't know.
Well, Tex is saying he thinks he went up to where he thought she was and then hitchhiked south to campgrounds to find her van.
That's my theory, Tex, that I've been trying to piece together.
I'm going to go for a hike. You make dinner. I'll be back in a little bit. And he went and did his thing. Then they got in the fight and he killed her because probably he was gone too long on his little Snake River hike and at the Coulter Bay Showers. So after he killed her...
So the question is, what happened on the 28th is the big question.
We got absolutely zero, and I have hunted and hunted and hunted, and there's no reports on the 28th. There's nothing that Instagram, TikTok, all those websites of hers we went to, nothing.
So the biggest
anything for the 28th.
The biggest clue we could find For anybody watching, by the way, you guys can call in if you like. We're taking calls and we're just speculating. This is speculation night about the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case. I know a lot of our listeners just like to listen because they're trying to hear all the facts and they're investigating it themselves also. Hey, Lawrence.
Oh, Chenoweth, I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right. She just Googled it. It's 12 miles at a relaxed pace. You can go in 4 hours, at a fast pace, 3 hours. So a man his age could easily have made that trek.
4 hours.
Easily.
4 hours. So
You're camping, though. I mean, my son goes camping and they're on like 8-hour hikes in one day. You know, it's like before they pitch their tent. So it's like for someone that age that's always out there camping, I don't think a 3 or 4 hour jog or walk is that bad.
yeah, I agree. I don't know.
Does anyone want the link to come on here and talk?
I actually just shared it too in the chat. If anybody wants to call in, has any questions about these subjects that we're talking about, just click the link and you'll come into the basement of our chat and then we can add you over if you want to.
Sean said check your email.
Check the email. Let's see. Checking the email.
I'll be back in a few, guys.
Oh, Sean found the flower pick location.
Sean, are you talking about I see. Oh, no, I see. I do know that you wrote me an email also, Sean, that I was going to get back to you on. I just haven't had a chance to yet. But I do see you sent me another email here.
The flower pick is at Sweetwater Flower Market.
Yeah.
They posted a picture of Gabby standing in front of their mural that's blue and white. Do you have that pulled up on your email?
Yeah. Sean just sent it to me.
Yeah.
That's what he
so
sent
the
me.
store did the same thing 420 Pizza did. It's like they posted a picture of her and, kind of a memory of her or whatever.
Well,
But it was the Sweetwater Flower Markets where that blue and white flower picture came from. That's great.
right.
Thanks, Sean.
yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah. Sweetwater. So that's the one in Colorado, right? Yeah. I believe. Yeah, that's the one with the little pot.
And then from their Instagram and
Little
Sean's
pot.
second email, it shows them standing in front. That's not them though, standing in front of it kissing. That's
No,
someone else.
I think he just did that for evidence purposes, just
to
to
show
show
that
it.
that was their market. Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely Sweetwater Flower Market
It's right there. It's on the screen now.
is in Colorado Springs, and that is where she bought the flower pot. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or where the flower pot picture was taken?
I'll look at it on the presentation, but yeah.
All right. That was good. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Appreciate that, man. My guy Sean be digging. On the presentation, yeah, I believe that's right around Slice 420, your favorite spot, Kathy.
I know. I want to go there and get pizza.
Right here it is, July 8th. July 8th, yeah, and it was right around somewhere in Colorado. We didn't know that location. We couldn't find it for a while. Trying to get it on the same picture.
Sean found it. That's good. That's why I like doing these lives, because everyone gets homework and brings it back.
So there it is. And I can add. So they said she also took a picture at a Sweetwater Flower Market. The company posted on Facebook Friday, September 17, 2021, which read in part, sharing in hopes others will contribute and share in helping Gabby's family find her. And you can see the business name right here, Sweetwater, a flower market. Thank you, Sean. That's definitely a piece of the puzzle.
Well, show the other picture that shows the other couple that actually has the name of the place on it, too.
All right, hold on one second.
That one's someone that has a picture taken that's actually tagged to the place, so that further confirms that's where that is.
My damn E button on
good.
keyboard
We're going to have to
sticks.
take a road trip and go visit all these places. Now we got Sweetwater Flower Market. We got the 420 Pizza.
Yep.
So when you were saying it looked like a pot shop, it wasn't. They just sold those pots in there because it was a flower shop.
Right. Or they might have weed in there. You don't know yet.
Oh,
You
in
don't know.
Colorado, yeah, everything. So that's your homework for tomorrow. Call that flower pot store and ask them if they also sell weed.
Yeah. So here's the other picture that Sean sent in, and I guess it's a famous couple spot to take pictures at, and it's called Sweetwater Flower Market. Our Sweetwater wall is reminding us all of love, faith, joy, smiles, and commitment. That's interesting. Thank you, Sean. Looking down at your comments. Heather said, road trip. Hey, I'm with it, Heather. I want to take the drones out there and really do a thorough investigation and survey it from above and below. If anybody wants to call in, give us a call. Pick me up. I'm on the way. Got you, Sean. Definitely got you, bro. TX guys said, agree. Heather Henderson, Chris, and Kathy and friends are really good. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Here, I'm putting the link to my channel in here again if anyone wants to subscribe. Matt and I do live streams on my channel every once in a while, too.
Motor Vessel said that he would find it hard time making all those miles in that terrain in the dark, though. So do you, I mean, that
It
is,
wasn't in the dark, though, because the hitchhiking didn't start until 5, which meant he was doing it in the day.
yeah, because it gets dark
In late August,
late.
yeah. It's like it was probably starting to get dark around that 6 o'clock hitchhiking, but not the 5. He was walking and probably didn't know how to find his way back when it started to get dark, so he's like, I better start hitchhiking now.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so many what ifs. It's crazy.
Anyone know if it was a full moon that night?
Shanoa, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, said it's like a gag souvenir. Like your friend asked you to bring me back a little pot from Colorado, so you hit them with that. I'd be pissed. LOL.
Okay, the full moon in August would start August 21st, reach its peak at 8:02 a.m. and end on Sunday or on August 22nd. So it's like either of those nights, 21st or 22nd, you might see a full moon. So no, it wasn't full moon when he did the killing. But that was an interesting question.
Yeah. Especially when we got this square zone of death and everything else going on that don't make sense. It's crazy. So I'm just going to do a quick search and check and see if there's been any updates on the case as of 1 o'clock in the morning East Coast time.
Oh, I haven't checked for an update in a while either.
Yep. So, let's see. I don't see any updates. I mean, they're on the East Coast too, so it's probably not going to be any updates again until tomorrow.
No, the last thing Brian Enton on his Twitter has is that interview you already played with the lawyer.
Yeah,
He
I
usually
see.
has the up-to-date stuff.
I see. 20 minutes ago, Fox 13 Tampa Bay wrote, FBI agents were still at the Carlton Reserve in Sarasota, where skeletal remains were found Wednesday during the search for Brian Laundrie, the only person of interest named in the disappearance and death of Gabby Petito. And then there's another one that was posted 2 minutes ago that says dental records show remains found at Carlton Reserve are those of Brian Laundrie, FBI says. So yeah, dental records. So I find it that they must have a good portion of his body that he wasn't tore up if they have dental records. If we speculate the possibility that, you know, gators or something got to him. And it's really sad, guys. Studying the helicopter footage of the Gabby Petito scene. I appreciate everybody sending me that information. I really dug into that with Kathy, and when we finally discovered what you can see in that, it's mind blowing that pretty much every news channel that I've watched on this story, they play that chopper footage. And she's right there in the chopper footage. It's just they're not looking close enough. But she is visible in most chopper footage seen on the news every day. And it's sad, and I'm going to say this, and it's such a horrible tragedy what I'm going to say, but what me and Kathy speculated on this, and I can't show you pictures of this because YouTube will censor it. But from what we were looking at, it looked like, I don't even know if I want to talk about it.
Which thing?
Huh?
Are you
So,
talking about his body?
her body, Gabby
Oh,
Petito's body.
okay.
So it looked like, guys, I'm sure a lot of you guys watching in the chat have seen the pictures. A lot of yous emailed me. But it looked like as though Gabby had been attacked by animals. And it looked like in one side of the image that it was half of her. And on another side of the image was another half of her. That's how it kind of looked. Didn't it, Kathy?
Yes. I mean, you could stretch it and say yes or no either way. I wouldn't argue with anybody, but
But it's crazy that the news is sitting there playing that footage every day. And the bad part about it is, if I were to play that footage and point that out right now, guess what YouTube would do? It would shut my channel down. You guys would never hear from me again. But the news plays it every day and don't even realize it. So it did look like there was animal
Tex, I
marks.
need you to pick me up some pizza from 420 and have it delivered to me. Tex is on his way to Colorado Springs. Stop at the flower store and grab us one of them pots.
So I guess we'll get ready to close out, Kathy. It's getting kind of late. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. We had a
Yeah.
good long one here. What time did we start? 9:30?
Yeah, we've been on for 3.5 hours now. But I enjoyed it. I like just taking a speculative look. I'm not used to this, so I liked it. I enjoyed it. But I guess let's close out with, look, anybody who's in the chat, before we close out, we're opening the phones. We want anybody to call in before we close out tonight so we can look it up in the future in future investigations, okay? And I seen someone said ring those bells. Who said that?
That's
Was
the
that-
notification bell. So they
I
got
know.
notifications.
Who said that though, Fran? Or you said that, Kathy? I seen it somewhere.
I saw it in there. I'm looking up, but
I don't know. I
see it
seen
again.
I seen somebody say it, but yeah. Anybody tuning in, we have full thorough maps of the investigation, free for you guys to look at, and
Lawrence said church bells ring 7 a.m. in France. That's where you saw bells.
Heather
Oh,
Heather said,
Heather
yeah,
said
ring
ring
this.
them bells.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. So yeah, we did a lot of homework on this case, from building the entire case map to the presentation to everything, and we want to bring everybody in and get as many opinions as possible. So please, if you can, share out the videos on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever you can, because the more opinions we get, the more we reach witnesses that we haven't reached, who will be okay with coming forward, just like Sean did a little while ago. He's a good follower of ours, and he found out a place that we didn't even know, and he just gave it to us. So the more people we reach by doing this, the more we'll find answers on cases like this. So
Yeah,
please,
Sean
yes.
filled in some mystery for us. That was great.
Yeah, so please subscribe to the channel and give us a big thumbs up if you're enjoying our videos and live streams. But before I close out tonight, this is what I want to do. My opinion on, or I'm not going to call it opinion, I'm going to say my biggest speculation on what is going on with them finding Brian Laundrie in that area in Florida. I'm starting to come to the thought that Brian's father may have been helping Brian from the time he came back from Florida, just like the sister and the lawyer said that he was upset. Well, the sister didn't say, but the lawyer said he was upset and that the father had told him that the father said that Brian was upset and wanted to leave, but the father tried to keep Brian at the house. I believe the father was trying to help Brian. I believe the heat came down, and speculating here, I believe maybe that Brian's father killed Brian Laundrie, and he left the car at the reserve to try to lead police to Brian Laundrie's body, which he planted as a suicide in a way. But the police got there and the water was so high that maybe even gators got to Brian's body and pulled it into the water. And here's Brian Laundrie's father, who thinks, okay, they'll find him right away. They'll find his body and this will all be over with. Happened to not happen that way because gators got to him and stuff and got him pulled into the water. So then all this time went by, and then Brian's father, feeling all this pressure, now he decides to go out to the reserve area again, and this time he's going to show him possible hiking spots where Brian was known to go. But I think it's possible that he already knew Brian was dead and knew what area he was in, but he couldn't say that. He couldn't say that because maybe he killed him. And I'm speculating here. I'm speculating. And that's why the car was planted, and then that's why now, since he came into the Carlton Reserve, the body was discovered. Now, before I close out the night, Kathy, what's your opinion?
I would say that
Hold on 1 second. So this is what I was going to say real quick. Anybody who wants to call in and give their final thoughts on this weird ending to this, it's not an ending because we're still got so much to look into, but we're open to hear anybody's thoughts on why all of a sudden was Brian Laundrie found at the reserve now.
Oh,
Let's hear your
be
thoughts.
Fun. I'm gonna
Call
put the
in.
link in. Click on this link. Chris will pull you into the stream and just give your opinion.
Yeah, we're not going to keep you on here for long. We're just going to let you state your opinion. Then you say, all right, guys, I'm signing off. So we want to hear opinions. Call in, call in, call in. So, Kathy, what's yours? Go ahead.
My opinion, I'm not going to take the dad killing him off the table because we'll have to see how that develops. I'm thinking they were going to send him off to hide when they went on that camping trip, and then decided it'd be a better idea to do it near home because then if he needed something, they could get it to him. So I think they sent him off on his own to hide because they knew what he did and knew he's going to prison for the rest of his life, and Florida has a death penalty. So they were like, son, you go.
All
and
right.
Instead of sending him to a relative's house or something where they could turn him in, he figured he'd lay low there till the heat was off, then he could come out of hiding. And I don't think the parents realized this would be a social media buzz where everyone in the world's looking for the dude.
Hey, Heather, anybody who wants to call in, Kathy posted the link. It's really easy. All you guys got to do is click the link, and then we'll see you in the bottom of the chat, and then we'll bring you in, and you just say your opinion. If you want to come in, Heather, here's the link. I'll share it.
Tech says Matt's voice sounds so official. Thanks for legitimizing us. So you got to talk a little more, Matt.
Right.
I guess I do, huh?
Yeah.
We're about to get
definitely
Matt's
got the radio voice.
opinion.
That's what everybody says.
We're going to get his opinion next. So, yeah, there's the link. I just posted it in the chat. All you do is click on the link, and then we'll see you pop up. All you do is add your name. You can add whatever name you want. We'll see you pop up, and then we'll add you in. And then give your opinion on what the heck is going on. Why was Brian all of a sudden found? Matt, do you have an opinion on why he was found all of a sudden?
Well, yeah, it is weird. I mean, you can't deny that. But, I really haven't followed this case enough to really grasp it. It's possible that the father could have had something to do with it. As far as his death, I don't know. But anything's possible. But the issues that I'm having are his whereabouts after, where she was killed and afterwards. That throws up some red flags to me.
Right. That's where I've been for a while too, Matt. Like that's
Well,
why I look
it's
so
just
deep
not,
into it.
nothing's adding up is the thing. Okay.
Right.
Now, if things were adding up and you can put two and two together, then that's fine. But if you can't do that, I mean, this whole case has been nothing but red flags. Even from when he got back, and then all of a sudden, we found out that this girl has been missing. And then there's the video from the body worn cameras from the police that recorded her the incident that happened on the highway. Okay, where'd everybody go?
Well,
I'm
reading
I'm listening
Sean's
to you.
thing. Sean says
Okay.
he wonders if it's the same place his dad took them the first time or different. I don't know what place he's talking about.
Oh, I don't know.
What is it? What is it, Kathy? Say again.
I was going to see if Matt knew it.
What?
Sean says, wonder if it's the same place his dad took them the first time or different. And then Fran says there's a YouTube video on his location, so I have no idea what they're having a side conversation. I thought they were talking about like Matt's theory.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what was I saying? I can't. No, I lost my train of thought here.
You were talking about the body cam footage.
Oh, I mean, there's the body cam footage from the incident that happened on the freeway or the interstate.
Yeah,
They
the
pulled
August
over.
12th Mobstite. Stop.
And then 5 days later, he flies back home to Florida. And then on the 23rd, he flies back to Salt Lake City. Then the next day, they leave the hotel and go about whatever they were doing. And then you get to the 27th is basically the day in question. But was she killed on that day? And what time was she killed? And if we don't know. And then after she was killed, Chris was showing us the map and the possibilities of where he could have gone, and which is possible. I'm not saying he couldn't do it. It's just there's just a lot of red flags in this case that just don't make any sense. And the fact
the
that
red flag started
the fact that the police couldn't get him in Florida is just, it bothers me.
Well, it bothered me from the very first day the Northport police said, yes, we know exactly where he is. So it's like, well, apparently you didn't. So that was a big red flag to me.
Yeah, but at some point, when things get too hot and the police want to know what's going on, and your lawyer tells you, well, don't say anything. Eventually, the police are going to want to know. I mean, they're going to pull you in and try to charge you with something so you can talk.
Right, I agree. That's how most cases are. If they have probable cause, that's what it boils down to. Probable cause is why police pull people in and question them. But what gets me is in a normal case, they would have probable cause. They'd pull you into the interrogation room, and then you can say, I'm going with the fourth. I'm pleading the fourth. I don't want to speak.
Fifth.
Or the fifth. Oh my God. I'll never hear the end of that.
No.
Well, right.
So,
and you have that right to do that.
Right.
But only, I mean, I don't know.
But they usually in a situation like that though, they usually put a tail on you. They're usually watching you. If you're a suspect, even if they say to the news or whatever you're a suspect, you're not a suspect. They're still tailing you most of the time.
Well,
the
they
cops
screwed
up so bad.
The term is person of interest.
Well, yeah, they did the credit card charge thing because I don't think they wanted to call him a suspect in a murder because they thought they had more of a chance of him coming out of hiding or not running if they just said, oh, we got this little credit card thing we need to clear up. You know, it's a misdemeanor. You're going to get a little fine, community service. So I think that's why they never did him as a suspect in the murder to begin with. And because he wasn't a legal suspect in the murder, they didn't have probable cause to bring the parents in and interrogate him. But they did go into their house and take truckloads of crap out. And
Right.
it's
And
like
that's the
that
thing. I mean,
search
if they got,
warrant is sealed. So we don't know what was in that search warrant. We only know about the search warrant information from the electronics they needed out of the van. But when they went and took all that stuff out of their house, that is sealed in court. We cannot open it. It shows a date they got the warrant, but it doesn't show, like with Paddock, how you had the list of everything they were going to get.
right.
We didn't get that. They've got it sealed. So they're keeping a lid on this too. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering if the lid is to cover up for some mistakes. The Northport Police Department let him slip right through their fingers.
And also, I believe there's a police report out there at the Mary Piglets, because there was a huge incident at the Mary Piglets, and I think those cops out there by the Mary Piglets have been staying mighty quiet for there to
Right.
be this
After they
huge
saw what
incident.
happened with the Utah cops, that their police chief, you know, resigned and the other two are being investigated by internal affairs, the cops in the town Mary Piglet's in are probably like, we're not going to like open up our mouths and say that we took some reports, but I guarantee even if they didn't have a complaint from the restaurant, they got some witness statements. Someone had to have called 911 for as much as they described that little Mary Piglet's argument.
Lawrence said, did the cadaver dogs went at this very spot? Yeah, according to many reports, the cadaver dogs were all over the area where Brian's now been discovered.
Reporters have gone back through and reviewed their helicopter footage from that time period of all those searches, and a couple of them today said yes, they were searching that area. They were flying over. Kelly said, if I believe them, if they were in Florida, they claim they have a photo of him getting off an exit to his parents' house. So that's what's coming from the Northport police. So whether they ever really saw him in Florida or not, that's what they're telling us. I don't know if there was a store or gas station or whatever at that exit that he would get off of the freeway to head to his parents. That's where they're saying that they've got him nailed from.
All I can say from this point forward is I hope that now that if this is Brian and it's 100% confirmed, like they're saying, release the lid a little bit. But as we know with the Vegas investigation, they tend not to. They tend to just go, oh yeah, we found them, that's the end of it, and that's it. So a lot of the reports, like the flight back to Florida, we might see that if the airport decides to release video footage of that. If there was a police report at Mary Piglets, we'll probably never see that because they would already have said that. And yeah, hopefully the lid will just release a little bit, and hopefully the FBI. I think tomorrow will be a big day in the case, because if they come out and they say yes, 100% confirmed. Well, they've already said it's Brian, right?
Well, it's going to get a little bit gory here in the next week when information starts coming out. Now, in their state, I don't know if they have to release autopsies to the public. I know that Wyoming does not. That's why that coroner's not releasing it. I haven't looked up the Florida law yet, but in the next week, as they have these anthropologists and, you know, the etymologists and all those people come into the coroner's offices and examine stuff, this is going to get pretty creepy if he got munched on by animals and alligators and stuff, because they're only talking about finding skeletal remains and bones. So I don't think they've got a whole body yet. The coroner was back out there tonight right before dark. He went out there yesterday when they collected those whatever body parts they had. So yeah, I have a feeling that the official stuff, if they release it, is going to be a little bit gory.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we'll ever get like a full autopsy that like we could read through like we did with Vegas. But we know how easy it is to make fake autopsies.
All right. And who knows? Next thing we know, we might find out someone killed Brian. Could you imagine that? Like someone found him and killed him.
Honestly, I don't think he committed suicide. I think he could have been out there camping, trying to hide. And it's like he could have got bit by a poisonous snake and, was
Who knows
laid down,
next
passed out on the ground. An alligator got him.
or
It's like,
or guess what, Kathy? Who knows? Maybe Dog the Bounty Hunter found him and killed him. Who the hell
well,
knows
look
what
at
the
this.
hell?
I don't know if you
I'm
guys know
just
who.
joking,
I don't know
guys.
if
I'm
you guys know who
joking.
Doug from Northport is, but there's this guy on YouTube that lives there that every night goes on these drives over by the reserve and stuff. And him and another guy, Josh, separately, they don't know each other, went and found a shack back there in that reserve that like a homeless person or someone was sleeping in. And they went in there and were like filming all these blankets and towels and trying to figure out if they were old or new or whatever. So even though they say that reserve's been closed to the public, those guys went in there several times at night because they live streamed it. So apparently there's some homeless dude roaming around out there because they kept finding like different candy wrappers on different nights that they went. So it's like some person that they were tracking that they maybe thought was or wasn't Brian could have killed Brian. It's like, we don't know.
Right.
I
And
don't know that we will ever know the truth on this because the
yeah.
FBI and the cops are all patting each other on the back and everyone's keeping their mouth shut.
Well, especially with so many cops under heat right now for the stupid stuff that they did. Now what their goal is going to be is to get this out of the public eye as fast as possible. Move on, move on. If it's him, they want everybody to move on. Mark my words, next week.
Oh, exactly.
Okay, Paul says,
that's what
according to
they'll do.
Fox News, his head was not in place on his neck. Fox News doesn't know any more than we do because we're all watching the news reports. You guys have to remember when you're watching the media, they like to just spit stuff out, just like how we're on here spitting stuff out. And it's like, it doesn't mean it's fact. The police and the lawyers have not come forward and told us that they found a head or that the head was severed from the neck. It's like, they have not said that. And there's news reports out there that are saying, he committed suicide and stuff. And the lawyer just said tonight, no, we don't have that information, or they're not giving it out. So it's like, just because you saw it on CNN or Fox does not make it a fact. Unless you saw helicopter footage or photographs or cell phone footage where you're actually seeing this, you can't believe everything you see on the news. I mean, you kind of follow along and pick up bits and pieces, but it doesn't mean it's all fact.
Yeah, right.
They're all in competition with other people to get the reviews and stuff. So it might turn out that they found a head, but nobody has said that they only found a head. They just said skeletal remains and bones.
I'm looking at an article here from 19 minutes ago, and I'll pull it up if it's accurate, but it says, the headline reads, Haunting Last Photos of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie Released. And this was 19 minutes ago. Let me see. I'm going to scroll down.
Who released this?
This is by news.com. I'm double checking it, guys. Hold on one second.
They're probably pictures you've already got on your slide.
It looked like a horse or something. No, these are definitely pictures. Oh my god. So they're releasing what it looks like is, like I've said many other times, they have trail cams on these trails. So it looks like someone is now releasing the trail cam pictures.
When they were hunting for him, they didn't release the stuff because they didn't want Brian to know where they were looking. So now that he's been found dead, they're not trying to lay a trap for him. So this stuff will start coming out.
Check this out, guys. Here we go.
Is this Gabby and Brian, or Brian when he's hiding in the reserve?
This is looking like it's near Arches. A photographer has released new photos of Gabby Petito with Brian Laundrie in Utah, taken just days before the couple had a roadside fight in Moab. So this is in Arches.
I saw this one.
Oh, you seen this? I didn't see this.
Well, play it. Let me see. I think I saw this last week.
Well, these are just the photos.
Yeah. There was somebody that took video and people that took pictures that just happened to be there on vacation. And
well, you ain't telling me that.
They realized it. I can't tell you everything. When they realized that those were the people that the girl died and they were hunting for the guy, they put their video out. I mean, their video, I think, was already out, but they didn't have like Brian and Gabby circled. So yeah, I saw the video was going around today, and then it was also going around maybe 3 weeks ago.
And there's that hat that we were talking about earlier, too. That looks like a different hat, though, that he's wearing. Hmm. All right.
Wait a
Well,
minute,
I
go
thought that
back
was new.
down. I want to see where that black box right after that picture of the parents. Keep scrolling down.
Black box.
Keep going. It was when you got to the parents of the reserve, but there was a picture that was up close of like a black box or something.
Are you sure it wasn't the tent maybe you saw and thought it was a box? This is as far as it goes right here, these pictures.
See those parents? Go below them, and I think there's a black box. Nope, right there. Oh, that's the tent. Yeah, never mind. You were just going quick, and it looked like a black box, and I was like, what the heck?
Yeah. Okay, well, that's not breaking. Sorry about that, guys. That's the first time I saw it. But yeah, as of the latest, hasn't been any new details released on the case. I think we're going to close out the live stream. Again, if anybody wants to call in and give their closing opinion on this crazy roller coaster ride with this tragic ending for a beautiful young girl, anybody has an opinion on Brian Laundrie's remains being discovered, and pretty
Hang
much
on,
they're
Chris. I
saying,
just sent you a picture in your messenger that I want you to pull up before you cut this off.
okay,
This is a close-up picture of the bottom corner of that bag you see that guy carrying out, so you can kind of see a little bit what might be in the bag.
all right,
When they're carrying the evidence out, and they had that dry pack is what they were calling it. There's a
okay.
hole in the bottom of the bag. This is just someone that like just blew up the other picture, but it's pretty good. Lawrence just said, how come the white bag's not muddy if underwater for a while? This is where the picture he's pulling up, we're going to get a close-up look at that bag. And I thought the same thing. If that bag had been underwater or in the mud, it should have, I don't know, been having some chew marks or stick marks or who knows what. And then this close-up picture Chris is grabbing shows something black, like maybe a tablet or something poking out of the bottom corner.
Yeah,
See
can you
that?
guys see it?
It's like,
Yeah, I
what
can
the
see it.
heck is that in that bottom corner?
Uh,
And the bag looks like it's a little bit dirty and muddy.
hmm. Not sure what that is. Kind of looks
Butt of a
like,
rifle. Butt of a rifle, a laptop. It's like something's poking out of there. Now that
yeah,
you can't tell if animals chewed that hole in there when it was underwater, or if just from the guy carrying it, it poked.
it kind of looks like a steak of some kind,
Oh yeah,
a big
maybe
steak.
like to set up a tent or something.
Yeah, that's what it, and I see dirt like on it a little bit,
Could be a
but
tent bag, maybe.
yeah, maybe a tent bag. You know,
Well, when they showed the other picture of the bag, it looked more flat, when the guy was
Hmm.
carrying it. So I thought when he
Yeah.
blew it up, I was like, wow, that's the same bag.
yeah, it's a weird bag, but I guess like you
Well,
guys
they
were
call
saying,
them
it's a wet
dry
bag.
bags, and I guess they're a common thing. Hikers use and stuff to zip all their stuff in, so if it's raining when they're, doing their backpack up in the mountains, they don't have their stuff get ruined.
So I guess the theory is going to come out to be that he went out there to kill himself. That's what's
I
going to
don't
be the
think he
big
went out there to
narrative.
kill himself. I think he went out there to hide, and animals got him.
Hmm.
If he was going to kill himself, wouldn't he have done it? I mean, he had from the first until, I don't know, he disappeared the 13th, 14th. They're debating which day. So it's like he had 2 weeks to pop himself. And it's like, why would he wait until then to do it?
I see Paul said, "What's above it looks rounded." It looks like there's something yellow in the bag. Doesn't look like a
I
shadow
was
or like
I was thinking the yellow might just be discoloration if that thing was underwater that long.
Yeah, it's possible.
You know, like if you have
Also, it could be the reflection of the sun, because if you look at
Right.
the bag, you'll see the reflection of the sun up on the top here, where just above that yellow part. So it's probably enhancing whatever's inside the bag.
well, I don't really know what material those bags are made of, but I know if you have like those blue tarps or the brown tarps like over your wood pile
Right.
outside,
Yeah.
from
It's
being
kind of
in the
like that.
weather after a while, they start to like decompose and break open a little.
Right.
So I'm wondering if that's why this bag looks kind of in the condition it's in, because it was underwater or out in the rain for a long time.
It's got
Maybe.
some red on it too. Right here. See that redness?
Mm-hmm.
Tex wants to know if there's a logo on the bag.
It kind of, I was looking at it, it looked like Reebok a little bit, but I don't know. Right here. Let me see if I can,
I'm thinking more like Cabela's or Gander Mountain or like someplace that would sell something
Right.
like that if it's for camping.
right. I don't know. It just kind of reminded me of the Reebok logo, but I'm sure it's not that.
Or unless maybe it's a bag that they use for collecting evidence. I don't know.
You can't
No,
read it.
because I think it was stated that was they found that in a the backpack, his notebook, and some of the remains. So it's like I
Oh,
think
okay.
this was actually listed as one of the items they found.
Okay.
But like I said, who knows where that came from? It could have come from a news source that was just blowing it out their ass, like I am, you know.
Well,
See,
it's just that this whole thing seems weird. I mean,
But you see
why?
photographs of the guy carrying the bag.
Yeah, but another thought I just had.
That's what I'm thinking, Tex.
If he really did this, why go home? I mean,
don't
if you
think
know
he
you're
committed
guilty,
suicide. I really don't think he committed suicide. I think he went out there to hide because he was panicked, and I think he got bit by a snake or gators got him. It's like something happened. I mean, you would just kill yourself somewhere else. Why would you take a bunch of gear and go out there and try to hide?
yeah,
And
I mean,
from
he
the
would have been
way
found somewhere where, it, she was found. I mean,
he's
who
been
knows?
gone for about 5 weeks, and the way his body is, the way it is, it's like he died right away. He didn't go out there and live for 3 weeks and then die, or his body wouldn't be in the condition it's in, all the way down to bone. I did a lot of research on the decomposition in the tropics and underwater and animal chews and blah 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 blah. And it's like he died shortly after he got out there.
You know what would be an interesting observation is no, never mind. I was thinking about something. No. But yeah, this doesn't look like a tablet because you can see the shape of it, and like a tablet wouldn't be this thick. This is like a square
It's
kind of
making
shape.
me think like a butt of a gun or a corner of a
Well,
laptop.
whatever it is, it broke through the bag.
Heavy enough to break through the bag.
Right. Because these bags are pretty strong. Okay. I think my dad actually had one in the yard for stuff in the shed. And I remember that the density of these bags are pretty strong.
Yeah.
So if something would break it, unless it got weak and it's separated,
Someone
these are
Paul
pretty
said
strong.
an ammo box. That could have been like the plastic box you lock your handgun up in.
Well,
too.
I can tell you this from observation too, is more than likely this didn't rip this bag, because if this had ripped the bag, we would have a flap hanging. So when you're looking at this, this is actually tore out of the bag. So the piece is gone. You see what I'm saying? If
Right.
it was tore back, or like the object in the bag pushed out, it would flap.
Could
So
an
Right.
animal's claws have ripped a piece out of it, or they munched a piece out of it when it was underwater? They say
I
the
mean, it's
snapping
possible.
turtles are pretty good with their teeth, but you don't really see teeth marks.
I mean, it does look like there's a little piece still hanging, but most of the bigger piece is gone.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's possible an animal ripped it, or it's possible that it was ripped all along, maybe, and he always had that bag. What I was curious of, so what would be interesting, this is what I was thinking about. You know all the inside of the van pictures and videos that we have from the trip?
Uh-huh.
We could go back and review the insides of the van's videos and pictures and see if we
See if they
spot
have
this
this
bag.
bag and if it's got a hole in it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And we could do that. I don't know if we should do that tonight because it's getting kind of late, but that could be a subject for tomorrow that we could come back on, or we could all dig tonight and see if
You know, Tax, that yellow does look like a butterfly to me. I think it's just a reflection, but I had thought that earlier. I was like, wow, it's like a little angel's giving us a butterfly from Gabby. The yellow spot.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
But I think it's just the sun because you see it radiating up. But the little
Yeah.
splotch of yellow looks like butterfly wings.
What happened? I lost it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off here, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Me too. I'm getting pretty tired. I guess
Yeah.
we'll all sign out.
Almost
But
1
yeah,
o'clock here.
me too.
Everyone
So
show back up tomorrow. We'll do the same thing. We got to get these cut shorter, though. We get these dragging on once we get rolling.
Well,
I'm not available tomorrow night, so
and we
Oh,
we
you're
were
not?
taking call-ins too. So a good portion we took some call-ins a little bit. So that took up a good portion
Yeah, at
also.
the beginning, Angela came on too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good subject for if we go live tomorrow night. We'll everybody tonight try to look through the van pictures and videos of the van that they posted on their trip and see if you can spot the bag, and then shoot us an email at rightflightlife@gmail.com, or Kathy, put your link in the comments. And I just want to say thank you to you guys. Thank you, Kathy, for being a part of the live stream. Thank you, Matt, for sticking around all this time.
oh, no problem. But thanks for having me. This is the first time I've actually talked to you.
I know.
He told me
I
that
usually
today, and
don't
I was
do
like,
this.
how do you not talk to Chris?
Well, I've talked to him in the line. He did his things on Facebook, and I would be
Yeah.
in the chat, and because I get notifications, and he would mention my name, and
Right.
then I've never actually talked to him until
Well, he
tonight.
changed the name with the channel name too to Flight Life, and before it was always Truth Tracker Channel.
Yeah. Which was
Okay.
kind of like keeping, and then with the Vegas stuff, I kind of didn't want to put myself in the forefront because of all the craziness that was going on there.
Mhm.
So yeah, so
We don't have any crazies in here. Everyone in here seems to like to research and help find stuff.
right. Well, not even just the crazies on YouTube. I'm talking about the crazies that were all around that case were crazy. You didn't even want to put your identity out there because people were just crazy all
Yeah.
around
Oh,
it.
yeah.
So when I came out with the Truth Tracker videos at first, it was like a mystique to it. Like I was keeping myself away from showing myself a bit. But yeah, definitely, Matt. And yeah, part of the new channel is me trying to come out and talk to people like this. So yes, sorry about that, Matt, but it's going to become more of a trend to do this, and this is definitely outside of my comfort zone doing these kind of lives. So, but I really want to get into doing these. So I really appreciate you, Matt, for sticking with
no
me
problem.
all this time. And Matt's been with me for a long, long time, talking to me.
Hey,
Facebook
I gotta
posts,
say,
everything.
you're really good at what you do, man. You're a
Chris
heck of a lot better than
is
I
a
am.
pro. Yeah, he's a pro at this.
You know.
I guess
Putting
if you
together
guys
the
say so.
documentation
Well,
and
when I say it, I mean it, man.
yeah, the PowerPoints and the interactive maps and stuff. It's like I can't do any of that.
No,
I can research and
I'm
find
never
all
gonna
the
think about doing that
information
stuff.
that he needs to throw in, but it's like there's no way I could put that stuff together.
Well, it's either that or I just have a lot of time that I can do that with, and a lot of people don't have that time a lot of times. It's how I look at it, but I really appreciate it. Thank
No
you
problem,
guys.
man.
Thank you guys.
Thanks
So-
a lot.
No problem, Matt. So yeah, I guess everybody go online tonight or tomorrow and search up that bag in all the van pictures and videos and photos and try to see if you can spot that bag, and you can shoot us an email at rightflightlife@gmail.com. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and give us a big thumbs up. Make sure you follow Kathy, which is Truth Seeker. She's been in the chat with us this whole time. And yeah, Matt will be on the live streams with us in the future, so you guys will be able to check in with him. I appreciate you, Sean, for hanging out with us this whole time. Sean, I'm going to get back to you in email soon
Hang
enough.
on, I got something to say about Sean.
Okay, go ahead.
Sean just sent me an email from the Sweet Flower. It's a tweet from the Sweet Flower Pot Store, March 2nd, 2021. They're actually out there painting that mural of the flowers with the blue background. So that's pretty fresh. So that's kind of interesting. Sean, now we know you can research this crap. He's going to start giving you homework, dude.
Yeah. Well, Sean emailed me and I haven't gotten back to him, but I like looked at it briefly and I seen that's what he was saying to me, that he really wants to be a part of things. So yeah, definitely Sean's gonna be a good person to work with us in the future. And shout out to Lawrence. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. Let me know if you can. But she's been hanging out a lot and she's been emailing me. I really appreciate. I can't even talk. I'm so tired. I really appreciate you. Keep emailing me. Shoot me your emails anytime and write comments. I respond to all my comments. And shout out to Fran. I know. I don't want to say he or she. I think it's a she. Fran, thank you for
Fran
being
would be
here.
a she, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us this whole time. Names are so weird because you don't know if it's male or female, and I hate when I get it wrong. Heather, thank you. Next time, Heather, definitely come on the live stream if you want. We'll get you the link. I'll try to work out an easier way for you to come on the live stream. Shanoa, sleep well, everyone. You too, Shanoa, and Matt and Kathy. 911, Awakened Angel. She's been here the whole time. Good to see you. See you guys on the next live stream. And Matt and Kathy, I will see you guys next
Angelica
time.
is still there. She said she was going to be in and out.
Yeah, she just popped up. So I will see you guys next time.
Everyone
on
have
everything.
a great night.
You too, Kathy.
Oh, Motor Vessel too. Yeah, he's been here.
And Motor Vessel, yeah. And shout out to Motor Vessel. He's been here the whole time. We will see you guys on the next live stream. Have a good night, Kathy, and have a good night, Matt.
Good night,
Everyone
everyone.
have a good night. Bye. Thanks for watching.